Chapter 908. No. Let me out. Let me out. My father is Duke Calvin. Seeing that he had become a lab rat in a cage, Gills screamed like a madman, trying to break out of the cage and escape. Unfortunately, although the cage looked small, it was made of mithril and was covered with densely packed anti-magic runes. Not to mention a young vampire, even a duke wouldn't be able to escape if he was locked in there. Orlando gently shook the cage in his hand and said to Andre, "It's done. I'll give you a pocket-sized cage for free. The incantation is engraved on the base. Remember to return it to me when you're done. This is a spoil of war that I accidentally obtained during my travels in the outer planes. It's perfect for holding captives." In order to make Gills stop making annoying noises, he deliberately poked the cage twice with his finger. The violent shaking soon made the unlucky fellow inside dizzy, and had no choice but to shut his mouth. "No problem. When you come find me in a few days, this cage should be empty." Saying that, Andre stuffed the cage directly into his pocket. Vampires were undead creatures anyway, and didn't need to breathe at all. They wouldn't die even if they were placed in a vacuum. "A few days? You're really swift and decisive. I thought it would take at least a few years." The half-elf pretended to be surprised and raised his eyebrows. Andre sneered and shook his head. "A few years? Hee, my mind isn't that dark and morbid. What's more, the person who has the right to take revenge on the vampire isn't me, but Portia. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to let this fellow taste the feeling of living a life worse than death." "Revenge for a friend? I really couldn't tell that you were a person of noble character. If those good priests and paladins knew about it, they would definitely be very happy because the owner of the Arcane Eye is actually leaning towards the good faction." Orlando continued to make use of his specialty in jesting, casually cracking jokes. In fact, he had long since confirmed that Andre was a utilitarian through and through. A standard neutral camp, he didn't care about the so-called good and evil, nor did he care about order or chaos. As long as they could obtain enough benefits, they could turn to good or evil. They would abide by the law and morality when it was beneficial to them. When it was not beneficial to them, they would immediately throw it to the back of their minds. The only thing that the half-elf didn't understand was that for some reason, the young man in front of him seemed to like to pretend that he was in the good camp. Especially when it didn't involve the core benefits, he would often make choices that were beneficial to the lower class. "Can you tell me what is good and what is evil in your eyes?" Andre asked with a smile. The principles of good and evil had long since formed a set of universal values in Orire and even the entire multiverse. That was why Orlando did not even think before opening his mouth. "That, my dear friend, is not a problem for me. According to the Book of Virtue and the Book of Filth, altruism is good and selfishness is evil. The simplest way to determine whether a person was good or evil was to see if they were willing to sacrifice themselves to save others in a time of crisis. If they could do it, they would naturally be kind. If they couldn't, they would be neutral. As for those who didn't sacrifice themselves and instead took advantage of the chaos to rob others, they were out and out evil. How is it? Did I explain it well?" Looking at the half-elf's smug face, Andre laughed and clapped his hands. "Ha ha ha ha. What a wonderful explanation. But now I have a question. Let's say that two villages are also in famine and need a batch of food to save lives, and the only person who can provide food nearby is a law-abiding merchant. Obviously, as a merchant whose goal is to make profits, he would naturally not be willing to give away his hard-earned goods to a group of starving people. After all, if he lost this batch of food, he would go bankrupt. But if the hungry villagers couldn't get food, they would starve to death, so the conflict between them broke out. A large number of villagers began to attack the warehouse where the food was stored. In order to protect his goods from loss, the merchant ordered his guards to attack the villagers, resulting in dozens of deaths. At this time, a paladin suddenly passed by, and both sides of the conflict insisted that he should be the arbiter. What do you think the paladin would choose to not lead to depravity? It had to be said that Andrei's question was quite tricky because the paladin was a symbol of order and kindness. They first had to abide by the law, and then they had to promise to help the kind and weak ordinary people. No matter which point they violated, it would lead to them losing their profession. In the story just told, the hungry villagers were undoubtedly the first to violate the law and order. Normally, they should be arrested and tried, but the problem was that their actions were forced. No god would rob a group of hungry people of food to fill their stomachs because it was evil. But the problem was that it was also not wrong for the merchant to do his best to protect his property from loss, so no matter which side the paladin favored, it would inevitably lead to depravity. To some extent, this was an unsolvable problem, and there was no right answer at all. After pondering for 5 minutes, a strange smile appeared on Orlando's face, and then he raised his head and asked, "Can you tell me how much money this paladin has on him? I think the only way to avoid depravity is for him to buy the merchant's food and then distribute it to the hungry people." Andrei shook his head with a smile and said sarcastically, "See, this is the so-called good and evil. In the eyes of the hungry people, the merchants who have food but don't give it to them are evil. In the eyes of the merchants, the hungry people who try to rob their belongings are evil. In the eyes of the paladins, both sides are not evil. What is good? What is evil? It's nothing more than a different standpoint. In my hometown, there is a famous saying that one's position determines one's head, which means that one's position will always change with one's own status. To give the simplest example, many civilians feel that they are oppressed by the nobles and wish that they could stand up and overthrow the nobles' rule. But when they become nobles, they immediately abandon these ideas and intensify their oppression of the peasants and tenants in their territory, and feel that it is right and proper. So it is a huge mistake to insist on dividing good and evil with camp. The funny thing is that there are countless people who regard it as the truth. Even a wise mage like you is no exception. Should I sigh that the gods' brainwashing work is too good, or should I sigh that there are too few smart people on the continent? A series of rhetorical questions completely made the half-elf realize the rebelliousness hidden in the depths of Andrei's heart, as well as his unique way of thinking. Chapter 909. No wonder I've always felt that you've been swinging between two camps. So this is the reason. Your attitude towards good and evil is different from everyone else's. Although this is a huge advantage, allowing you to not be bound by certain rules and avoid many camp spells, please be careful. Don't spread such opinions casually. It's very dangerous enough to break the weak balance between good and evil. The churches of the gods will never allow such dangerous ideas to spread in the material world. Finally, let me remind you, sometimes, appropriate good and evil tendencies can gain unexpected allies. Perhaps realizing the seriousness of the problem, Orlando put away the smile on his face. His tone was unusually serious, almost like a warning. Andrei shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I know how to hide myself well. In addition, I won't say such shocking things to just anyone. All right, let's turn our attention to the remaining two captives." As he spoke, he stepped in front of Casimir. Without wasting any time, he ordered, "Amos, devour him." "As you wish, master." As the metallic voice rang out in his mind, the originally ordinary left eye instantly turned violet. Countless golden rings gushed out from the pupil, directly imprisoning the target and dragging it into the bottomless pupil bit by bit. Casimir was terrified. Not long ago, he had seen his master, the Count of Hell, Nimuk, being devoured alive. Thus, he began to struggle desperately. As he struggled, he shouted, "No! No! No! Don't devour me! I'm a qualified captain. She was a perfect servant. I can do anything for you." But unfortunately, Andrei turned a deaf ear to this, allowing Amos to convert it into experience points bit by bit. After Casimir's last two legs were digested, He had gained a total of 3,500 experience points. It was far more efficient than simply killing and absorbing life energy. After a simple understanding, he already understood where his so-called experience points came from. Usually, every time he killed a life, he would take the life energy of the other party, whether it was the positive energy of living creatures, natural energy, or the negative energy of undead creatures. This energy would be divided into two parts. One part would be converted into experience points and fed back to Andre to strengthen himself, while the other part would be stored in the Arcane Eye in the form of missions and rewards, guiding him down the right path. It had to be said that the creator of the Arcane Eye was simply a genius. Almost all aspects were taken into consideration, leaving no loopholes. Andre's cruelty and mercilessness made the remaining lustful demon tremble in fear. She immediately knelt on the ground and put on a pitiful expression while raising her plump breast. She begged, "Great mortal mage, I'm just a pathetic pawn. Please have mercy on me. I'm willing to be your loyal servant. A handsome man like you wouldn't be calculative with a woman, right? Oh? Do you think you can still live after hearing so many secrets?" Andre asked in a playful tone as he extended his right hand and lifted the lustful demon's delicate chin. Seeing that Rode didn't immediately kill or devour her like how he killed Casimir, the lustful demon felt that this was an opportunity. She immediately leaned forward and displayed her alluring figure to the fullest. "Of course. I guarantee that I'll be very useful, be it in battle or in battle." She purposely emphasized the word battle, and coupled with her seductive expression, it was obvious that she was hinting at a battle that only men and women would engage in bed. Just as Andre revealed a cold smile and was about to attack, the half-elf suddenly stepped forward and said, "My friend, you'd better not devour her because she came to the material world in the form of a summon. This means that she's just a projection. If you kill her here, she'll immediately return to hell and be reborn." "Then what do you think I should do?" Andre subconsciously furrowed his brows. As a wizard, he clearly understood the meaning of a projection. To powerful otherworldly creatures, a projection in the material world was equivalent to a clone. The main body could still move freely. However, to weaker otherworldly creatures, a projection was equivalent to squeezing their consciousness into the material world. During this period, the main body would disappear from the plane it was in. This also meant that he could imprison the lustful demon, but he couldn't kill her. Otherwise, the devils of hell would quickly find out who the owner of the Arcane Eye was. Of course, this rebirth didn't come without a price. The first was that their form would be greatly reduced, and it would take a long time for them to recover. However, they might never be able to recover. After all, every demon or devil had a large number of enemies. Once they discovered that their nemesis was in a weakened state, they would immediately launch an attack and solve the problem once and for all. Orlando smiled and pointed at the lustful demon who was secretly using her charm ability. "First, you need to summon the resurrection seed she left behind in the cracks between the planes. Secondly, you need to cut off her connection with hell. Lastly, and most importantly, you need to cast a permanent bear's tenacity on yourself. Please believe me when I say that without the help of this spell, you'll lose face in battle." Hearing the half-elf's suggestion, the corner of Andre's mouth twitched slightly. If the first two conditions were reasonable, then the last one was a complete tease. The bear's tenacity was used to increase physical strength, and the battle he was referring to was undoubtedly a battle between a man and a woman in bed. To be honest, even though he didn't have much discrimination against this world's overly open sexual views, it didn't mean that he was willing to be cuckolded. After all, lustful demons had strong lust and thirst for the souls of mortals. It was definitely a daydream to expect them to only be with one man for the rest of their lives. Perhaps because he noticed Andre's increasingly ugly expression, Orlando hurriedly explained, "My friend, haven't you noticed? Actually, your personality is very similar to that of the devils. You're both so quick-witted and cunning. If you have a lustful demon to help you, many things will become much easier. At the same time, you'll be able to release more time to study magic. You have to know that devils aren't like demons. You only need a detailed magical contract to solve the problem of their betrayal. Chapter 9-10. As a transmigrator, Andre had always been paranoid. Even if the other party was his closest ally, he couldn't fully trust them. Therefore, he stared at the half-elf suspiciously and sized her up. After a full minute, he asked, "I don't understand. Why are you so keen on me accepting a lustful demon?" "It's simple. You've wasted too much energy on the mundane world. I hope you can take more time to put the wonderful ideas in your head into practice. Please don't doubt my motives. I'll always be on your side," Orlando replied meaningfully. "That's all?" Andre squinted his eyes, full of vigilance. "That's all." Orlando spread out his hands innocently. Seeing that the half-elf didn't seem to be faking it, Andre relaxed a little. He then kicked away the lustful demon that was hugging his leg and warned with a cold smile, "Stay away from me, demon. If I find out that you've used your charm on me or the people around me, I don't mind castrating you." "Women can be castrated?" Orlando raised his eyebrows in shock. "Of course. Why can't women be castrated? In some undeveloped areas in my hometown, there are millions of women who have their genitals cut off before they reach adulthood. It's said that this ensures that they won't experience any physical pleasure. This ensures that they'll remain virgins before marriage and remain loyal to their husbands after marriage. They'll never have an affair." As he spoke, Andre glanced coldly at the area between the lustful demon's thighs. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. "No, no, no. I didn't do it on purpose. This is a misunderstanding. Please don't castrate me." Evidently, this was a standard threat. The lustful demon was so frightened that she hurriedly took a few steps back. In her eyes, this young wizard was more like a demon than she was. If her soul entered hell, there would be countless lords who would immediately offer generous terms. "Well, what a horrifying atrocity! Looks like you'll have to be careful, beautiful Miss Lustful Demon." Orlando let out a strange cry as a sinister smile appeared on his face. The pitiful lustful demon was terrified of the two powerful and scheming mages. She felt like she was a little girl in front of two muscular men. The only thing she could hope for was that they would be a little gentler to her. All right, that might not be the best way to describe a lustful demon, but castrating a woman's lower body did scare her quite a bit. After all, lustful demons were a symbol of lust. If he couldn't experience pleasure, he might as well kill them. Andre curled his lips in disdain when he felt the fear and awe the devil had towards him. He said to the half-elf beside him, "I need help. You should know that I can't do this with my current abilities." Orlando placed one hand on his chest and bowed gracefully. "No problem, my friend. I'm happy to help you at any time." Saying this, he took out a large number of gems that flickered with a strange luster and scattered them in the air. He then quickly chanted an incantation, his 10 fingers moving up and down nimbly. He was so fast that only afterimages could be seen. This was the first time Andre had seen a half-elf cast a spell so seriously. From the complexity of his hand gestures and the length of his incantation, it was at least a rank 8 arcane spell. In just a few seconds, a shocking amount of magic energy began to gather around Orlando. All the gems in the air seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force. Not only did they not fall, but they flew in the opposite direction before disappearing without a trace. After all, those gems were worth tens of thousands of gold coins, yet they were all used up in a single spell. Less than 5 seconds after the gems disappeared, a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded from the ceiling, "Speak your wish." The half-elf who had been waiting for a long time pointed at the lustful demon curled up on the ground and said, "Send this demon's seed of resurrection to me, then completely cut off her relationship with hell. Immediately. Immediately." "As you wish." As the deep and powerful voice sounded once more, a pink embryo suddenly appeared in Orlando's hand. Before he could react, the lustful demon suddenly jumped up from the ground and let out a pained howl. She seemed to have gone crazy and kept rolling on the ground. Even if she was bruised all over, she had no intention of stopping. However, her howls did not last for long. After a short 2 to 3 minutes, the lustful demon slowly stopped and panted heavily. An inverted triangle mark had appeared on her forehead at some point in time. André had once read in a book that it represented betrayal. All demons that left hell would be marked with this mark. When other demons saw it in the future, they would immediately launch a frenzied attack until they were killed. Orlando did not care about the lustful demon's eyes filled with hatred. He stepped forward and gently stroked the mark with his finger. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, you won't be able to return to hell. Be good and eat this seed. That way you'll be complete. As he spoke, he placed the pink embryo in his hand in front of the lustful demon. There was no hesitation. He also did not try to bargain. The lustful demon was extremely stubborn. She swallowed the only thing that could resurrect her in one gulp and even opened her mouth wide for Orlando to inspect. She was not an idiot. She knew that in the face of absolute power, all resistance was futile. As the saying went, life was like rape. Since she could not resist, then she might as well lie down in a more comfortable position and enjoy it. After confirming that the seed had been digested, Orlando took out a yellowed parchment from his waist pouch and handed it to André. I think my mission is complete. The rest is up to you. A contract shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? I still have a lot of things to do, so I'll be taking my leave first. Remember, the teleportation gate to leave this place is in the first room at the end of the right. Having said that, he walked towards the teleportation gate without looking back. After watching the half-elf leave, a chilling smile appeared on André's face. He waved the parchment filled with magic in his hand, and said to the beautiful succubus on the ground, "Demon, we're going to talk about the contract. You better not have any hopes of getting away with it, because what you're going to see next will be the most shameless and bottomless contract in the world." Chapter 9:11. An hour later, a refreshed André passed through the portal and appeared in his room out of thin air. Behind him was a woman in tight black clothes, her eyes filled with despair. It was obvious that this female warrior was a lustful demon who had signed a contract. She simply couldn't believe that a human was able to use the laws and terms so skillfully to restrict her. She was just short of reporting to the authorities when she farted. What was even more frightening was that at the end of the contract, there was a clause that was enough to make her collapse. It stated that André had the final right to interpret the terms, and he could delete any omissions at any time. Demons were the most outstanding contract masters in the entire universe, and they often played tricks when signing contracts with mortals. For example, they could distort the meaning of certain words and make the entire sentence different from its original meaning. Another example was to leave a loophole in the contract. If a person wanted endless wealth, then the demons would use a large box of treasures to smash the person to death. Then, not only could they take away the person's soul, but the remaining wealth would also return to the hands of the demons. Even so, the demons weren't so shameless as to add such a clause at the end of the contract. From this, it could be seen that in terms of moral integrity, they were no match for the merchants of Earth. At the very least, they hadn't signed a contract that had the final right to interpret the terms of a contract. André glanced at the translucent nightgown that Chloe had casually tossed on the bed. He couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He took off the ring that represented his noble status and passed it to the lustful demon behind him. "Here, take it and attend the Alliance's meeting on my behalf. From now on, you'll be my spokesperson here. I believe that as a demon, you're no stranger to politics and exchange of benefit. However, please remember that I don't need you to secretly invade other people's forces, nor do I need you to completely control them. I only need you to ensure that the entire organization is always in a healthy state of development. Also, it's best that you give yourself a fake name. I don't want to call you by your true demon name that's 20 words long every time. The lustful demons were born with a morbid desire for power. When they heard that they could obtain power immediately, they quickly knelt on one knee and took the seal ring with both hands. They replied in a seductive voice, "Don't worry, my cruel and cunning master. As long as I'm alive, this alliance will always be at your feet." As for the human name, Kate Winston. Very good, Kate. I hope you won't let me down. As long as you can fulfill your promise, then I will give you a corresponding reward, such as activating the warlock's power in your body. Even though you'll never be able to evolve in terms of appearance due to your betrayal of hell, you can still develop the magic power flowing in your blood. I believe that you won't refuse, right? As he spoke, Andre's left eye suddenly shot out a strong beam of light, shining on the triangular mark on the lustful demon's forehead. The lustful demon, who had just given herself a human name, suddenly felt the blood flow in her body accelerate. Her strong heart thumped rapidly, and after a few seconds, she felt an uncontrollable flow of mana from her body, slowly forming a strange pattern. However, this pattern didn't last for long, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As a devil with a strong sense for magic, she quickly discovered that there were 4 rank 0 and 2 rank 1 arcane spell models in her mind. In order to confirm this, she immediately stood up and started chanting in a low voice. Soon, a formless force field appeared around her body. It was the rank 1 arcane spell, Mage's Armor. I'm already a rank 1 warlock? Kate looked at her own hands, her face revealing an expression of disbelief. Andre smiled playfully and nodded, "Of course. I've activated the warlock's potential hidden in your bloodline. From today onwards, you're a rank 5 warrior and a rank 1 warlock. You're much stronger than an ordinary lustful demon, and you'll only become stronger in the future. Go back to work, I need to rest for a while." "As you wish, my omnipotent master." Kate bowed deeply, and then used the time she took to turn around to change into a gorgeous and sexy purple dress. She then walked elegantly into the corridor. For her, changing her appearance and clothes was as easy as eating and drinking. After watching the lustful demon leave the room, Andre immediately asked impatiently, "Amos, how much experience does it take to activate someone's warlock's talent?" "Apologies, master, I can't be sure. According to the level of the talent and the density of the bloodline, activating the warlock's ability of a purebred demon, devil, or celestial being requires about 10,000 experience points. As for half-blooded tieflings, and so on, conservatively speaking, it'll take about 2 times as much, which is about 20,000 experience points. Damn it! It actually costs so much?" Andre subconsciously frowned. After all, when he first learned that the Arcane Eye had such an ability, he had planned to secretly create a troupe of warlocks. But now it seemed that the price was too high. After all, most humans who could awaken their warlock's bloodline had already become very thin. Activating it once would probably cost 60 to 70,000 experience points. "Yes, master, I don't recommend that you use this ability on a large scale. First of all, it's not economical, and second, it can't guarantee loyalty. It's better to use it to create some magic statues or puppets," Amos, who had detected his master's thoughts, suggested. Andre sighed helplessly. "All right, it seems that I'll have to think of another way to raise a large number of spellcasters. Now, help me find all the recorded rank 6 spells. I'm going to start learning new arcane spells." Yes, according to the database, there are a total of 8 recorded rank 6 spells. They are Repel, Anti-Magic Field, Magic Nullification Barrier, Advanced Dispel, Group Suggestion, Trigger, Group Bull's Strength, Summon Undead. Amos meticulously listed out all the spells that could be learned. Most of them were defensive spells, most of which came from Gerald's spellbooks. The rest came from Necromancer Ulysses' collection. In this day and age where magic was on the decline, 8 rank 6 spells were enough to start a local war. Even the Linton City Mage Association didn't have that many, which showed how precious they were. Chapter 9:12. After a few seconds of hesitation, Andre ordered, "Start constructing the model of trigger spell in my retina." Yes. Constructing the model of trigger spell. Constructing the model with your intelligence and learning speed. It is estimated that you can finish it in 8 to 12 hours. Along with Amos's metallic voice, a huge and complicated magic pattern began to appear in front of Andre's eyes. In just a few minutes, he was completely absorbed in it and gradually forgot about the passage of time. After a long time, when he finally copied the model of trigger spell into the magic book, the sun outside had long disappeared and was replaced by a sky full of stars. Learning magic was undoubtedly something that consumed a lot of energy and stamina. Therefore, after leaving the state of concentration, Andre immediately felt a wave of tiredness and sleepiness. Just as he was about to go to bed to rest, he suddenly discovered a woman sitting on a chair in the room. She was none other than Chloe's aunt, Countess Anastasia. Seeing the surprise in Andre's eyes, the mature lady stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Good evening. I know you must be wondering why I'm looking for you in the middle of the night. The reason is simple. Too many things have happened in the past few days. I think it's necessary for us to have a good talk when no one is around. What do you think?" "Of course, madam. With our relationship, there's nothing that we can't talk about. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Andre closed the magic book and raised his arm to make an inviting gesture. He noticed that Chloe did not seem to come back tonight. Needless to say, she must have been sent away. Anastasia hesitated for a second and then asked, "Tell me, Andre, do you want to be the king?" "King? Why do you have this kind of illusion? Am I doing something like a certain king in a bard story?" Andre rubbed his dry eyes and spread out his hands with a bitter smile. Hearing this answer, the lady was instantly relieved. She explained with a smile, "No, I just feel that the way you draw the nobles to your side is a bit unusual. It seems that you want to tie them all together and finally form a complete community of interest." Andre did not intend to hide his intention at all. He sat down on the chair and said softly, "Actually, you're right. I do want to tie these conservative nobles together through interests and even slowly develop them into a country. However, this does not mean that I want to be the king. At least, I don't plan to do so for now. At this stage, my main focus is to learn all kinds of knowledge. I even go to every corner of the continent to increase my knowledge and search for the lost relic. I can't stay in one place all the time. At the latest, I will leave for the north to find my own destiny. Moreover, the trade alliance that I founded needs time to develop and settle down. It will take at least a decade or more before it can truly become the hegemon of the South. There's no need to think too much about it in the meantime. I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. I'm not an idiot who doesn't know his own limits. Before the Union grows stronger, I won't let anyone feel threatened. As for the plan to destroy Bakarov City, it's only to announce to everyone in the South that the Flaming Duke is back. Anyone who dares to offend him will face devastating revenge. I've never been a charismatic leader, so I can only use destruction and slaughter to let everyone know what my bottom line and rules are. This way, they will know how to get along with me. There's a good saying, it's better to be feared than respected. Most people in the world bullied the weak and feared the strong, so showing a strong side was very beneficial for protecting one's own interests and establishing one's prestige. This was also why countless kings and nobles in Orire tended to show their cruel side to their people from time to time, such as executing prisoners and whipping servants. They knew that the Church of the Good God preached that the lords loved the people, and the people loved the lords. It was complete nonsense. The love and respect of the commoners was not even worth a single copper coin. Perhaps their love and respect would turn into hatred in the next second due to some rumors. It was better to continue carving fear into the bones of the commoners. As an elite among the nobles, Lady Anastasia undoubtedly understood this. She nodded thoughtfully. I can understand your thoughts, but isn't it a little too much to directly destroy a city? Such an evil move is likely to be viewed with hostility by many churches. It's a huge political risk. My lady, no matter what you do, you have to take risks. Besides, I don't plan to kill everyone in Bakharov City. I just want them to move to a new place to live, and that doesn't cross the bottom line of the Church of the Good God. You have to understand that this battle is very important to us. Only by plundering enough resources and people from the enemy can the Union walk the path of rapid development. This is especially true for shipbuilding, which requires enough craftsmen. Otherwise, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to equip a terrifying fleet. I'm a person who doesn't like to wait for a long time, so the only way is to water it with the blood of the enemy. In this regard, please help me convince all the members. After all, every one of them will be the beneficiary of this operation. After saying that, Andrei forced himself to stay alert and raised his head to look into the other party's eyes. He understood the meaning of Anastasia's late-night visit. It meant that she wasn't the one asking the question, but the other nobles in the Union. They seemed to be a little worried about the chain reaction after Bakharov City was destroyed. However, they simply didn't know that the entire southern region had long been filled with undercurrent. Loretta Boton's forces had secretly infiltrated who knows how many city-states. It wouldn't be long before he personally pulled open the curtain of turmoil. At that time, how would the church have the leisure to care about a port that had turned into ruins? All right, I'll do my best. After all, the nobles haven't acknowledged me as their leader yet. After much consideration, the Countess finally nodded in agreement. Although she didn't quite agree with such an extreme method, she still chose to stand on the same side as Andrei. In the following time, the two discussed the direction of development, the distribution of benefits, and even the issue of marriage and children. It wasn't until more than an hour later that Anastasia left, satisfied. She had gotten the answer she wanted, and her face was full of anticipation for the future. Chapter 9:13. Andrei could finally calm down and learn new spells after the last of the enemies on the Sardinia Islands had been completely eliminated. He had nothing to worry about after deciding on the general direction. He threw all the administrative matters to Maris, who had just been promoted to mayor, and left the internal strife of the alliance to Kite the lustful demon. Everything proceeded according to the original plan under the full power of these two ambitious women, especially the large docks that were being built near the port. Anyone with a discerning eye knew what that meant. Apart from that, a large number of pirate ships were being modified in the old dock. Primitive weapons like ballistas and catapults were removed and replaced with bronze cannons. Even if all of Valen City's copper, apart from the currency, was gathered together to forge 16 cannons, it was still unable to extinguish the fervor of the captains. In order to obtain enough gunpowder before the start of the war, every smuggler, merchant, and noble had mobilized their own network. In less than a week, they had obtained a large amount of sulfur, saltpeter, white phosphorus, alcohol, and so on from the surrounding areas. As for the charcoal, although it still needed to be purified before it could be used, the quantity was not lacking at all. Andrei directly opened up a room in the basement of the wizard tower, forbidding servants or acolytes from entering. All the work was done by the loyal magic statues. They never tired and had boundless strength, so they quickly started producing a steady stream of black gunpowder particles, as well as Molotov cocktails mixed with alcohol and white phosphorus. At the same time, the pirate Queen Grace finally arrived at the waters around Lincoln City after a long and arduous journey. She took advantage of the short period of time when her opponent had yet to react and launched a successful sneak attack at lightning speed. Not only did she plunder a large amount of wealth and craftsmen, she also set fire to the docks and the surrounding warehouses. She then left without giving the wizard tower a chance to display its might. Of course, as an outstanding naval commander, Grace didn't leave completely after the successful sneak attack. She still led her fleet to patrol the distant seas, and immediately seized any merchant ships that passed by without a word. Relying on the supplies she had stolen, she had successfully sealed off all the routes leading to the outside world from Lincoln City. Whether it was spices, luxurious accessories, food, or cloth, nothing could be transported in. Moreover, President Boris of the Mage Association was not around, so the Dukes had no way of mobilizing the mages to retaliate. One had to know that a city like Lincoln City, with a population of around 100,000, would consume an astronomical amount of resources every day. If it weren't for the fact that it was close to the ocean, with the current transportation capacity of the continent, there was no way it could support such a large population. In fact, human civilization itself developed along rivers and oceans. Before the railway transportation system was established, it was almost impossible to build a city of more than 50,000 people by relying only on primitive carriages and handcarts for land transportation. In just 3 days, Lincoln City had fallen into unprecedented chaos and panic. The first conflict to erupt was the issue of food. Although there was still a lot of food stored in the city, the merchants took advantage of this opportunity to raise the prices, trying to make 10 or 20 times the profit. The prices of bread, flour, butter, cheese, and meat rose 3 times a day. Many commoners went bankrupt and joined the ranks of beggars. The number of beggars increased by more than 3 times in a very short period of time. The only thing to be thankful for was that small fishing boats could still fish in the coastal waters, slightly relieving the huge pressure in the city. Now, even a fool could see that the pirates' goal was to choke Lincoln City to death, causing this bustling port city to wither, and finally die in civil strife. Helpless, the badly battered Duke Georgi Bridle immediately called for an impromptu meeting to find a solution to the problem. In order to let everyone understand the seriousness of the situation, he directly said, "Everyone, although it's a bit depressing to say this, I still have to inform you that it's best not to count on our fleet. If there were no accidents, they would have been buried in the sea by now. Otherwise, the pirates wouldn't dare to be so arrogant." "What? Our fleet is gone? How is that possible?" Duke Ian Lockett exclaimed as he stood up. As the boss behind the scenes of the largest shipyard in the city, he had invested the most in the fleet. Once all of them were lost, it meant that his strength would be severely damaged, so his reaction was very intense. "Calm down, my friend. Nothing is impossible in this world. Think about it. How long has it been since Mikhail Kerman sent us a message? Combined with the pirates' performance, I believe you will be able to find the answer," Duke Georgi said in a heavy tone as he patted Ian Lockett's shoulder comfortingly. In fact, he had invested a lot in the Navy, but now it was all gone. He could feel the pain. Duke Ian closed his eyes in despair and sat down on the chair like a puppet, not responding for a long time. Alvin sighed helplessly and asked softly, "Then what do you think we should do? Since we have lost our fleet, it means that we can't do anything to the pirates, unless they are idiots enough to come ashore and fight with us." Duke Georgi shook his head and replied, "No, our priority now is not to fight the pirates, but to ensure the supply of food. I believe you have all received the news. The entire Lincoln City is now full of bankrupt civilians. If this continues, I'm afraid we will collapse before the pirates even attack. Food? Where are we going to get food now? The wheat in the manors outside the city is not even ripe yet." Duke Alexander shouted as he slammed the table. "We have to get food even if we don't have it. Otherwise, do you want to see tens of thousands of people riot in the city?" Duke Georgi shouted back without backing down. Perhaps it was because of the pressure their tempers were very irritable, and they were not as mature as they usually were. As the mastermind behind the scene, Loretta Botons saw this scene and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing an unnoticeable smile. He quickly said, Gentlemen, please stop arguing. If you need food urgently, I know who has it. Who? The two dukes asked in unison. Loretta smiled playfully and replied, Of course it's our genius potion master, Andre. If I remember correctly, he has been hoarding food since a month or two ago. He also planted a lot of rice in his territory. Calculating the time, it should be just in time for the harvest. Chapter 9:14. Are you sure? Duke Georgie clenched his fists nervously. From a certain point of view, this was the last straw that could save his life. He had to hold on to it no matter what. Yes, I'm very sure. If you don't believe me, you can visit Steward Abner at the Tuaze Valley. I'm sure he'll give you a satisfactory answer. Loretta stood up and bowed, turning to leave the meeting room that was specially prepared for dukes. After watching him disappear into the corridor, Duke Alexander took a deep breath and asked in an unusually serious tone, My friend, tell me your decision. That young man called Andre is no longer someone that can be easily manipulated. Be it the conservative nobles or President Boris, they all have great expectations for him. Do you think we have a choice? Let's go. We'll first pay a visit to Anastasia's butler, Borg. If Loriton's information is correct, it's impossible for him to be completely ignorant. Duke Georgie rubbed his swollen head as a helpless, bitter smile appeared on his face. Normally, a mere slave-born steward wouldn't require a duke to personally deal with him. However, anyone with food would be the savior of Linton City. He had no choice but to put down his pride and try to get more food from the steward to stabilize the situation. After all, if chaos broke out in the city, the ones who would suffer the most would undoubtedly be the dukes who stood at the top of the pyramid of power. Thus, no matter what, they had to ensure that there wouldn't be a terrifying riot. Leaving the dazed Ian Lockett behind, the remaining two dukes quickly left the meeting room hand in hand. Under the protection of several knights, they got into a carriage and drove to Countess Anastasia's residence. Due to the soaring price of food, a large number of destitute commoners had rushed to the streets to beg for food. The law and order in the city had dropped to freezing point. Even if the city guard stepped up patrols on the streets, it couldn't prevent the situation from worsening. Especially in the dark corners, pedestrians could often be seen being extorted and robbed. It was only a short journey of a few kilometers, but the two dukes already felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was because Linton City was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and their family just happened to be sitting at the mouth of the volcano. This chaotic situation only eased slightly when they entered the noble district. When they arrived at the Duchess's mansion, Duke Georgie first asked a servant to deliver a letter of greeting according to etiquette. Not long after, the old butler Borg opened the door and bowed deeply in front of the door. Welcome, Honorable Duke Georgie and Duke Alexander. I'm really sorry. Because the Countess just went out to sea not long ago, she can't personally entertain the two of you today. Please forgive her. It's all right. I know where Anasta West went. I'm not here to visit her, but to ask you something. Duke Georgie went straight to the point. He was so anxious that he was no longer in the mood to be polite. He only wanted to get food as soon as possible and stabilize the price of food first. Hearing the other parties frown, the old butler instantly understood what was going on. He hurriedly made an inviting gesture. Then, please follow me. Under his guidance, the group quickly passed through the garden and entered the living room of the mansion. After the servants served snacks and drinks, Borg waved his hand and motioned for everyone to leave. Not long after, he and the other two dukes were the only ones left in the living room. Seeing that the irrelevant people had left, Alexander couldn't wait to ask, I heard that Andre has a lot of food. Is that true? Haha, who did you hear that from? Borg asked with a smile as he skillfully poured mint water brewed with flower petals and honey for the guests. In fact, Andre wasn't the only one who had a lot of food. Even Anasta West's warehouse was filled with food transported from the surrounding areas. Most of it was exchanged with salt. She was waiting to make a fortune from the chaos in the city and increase her reputation at the same time. The old butler didn't answer the other party's question directly because he wanted to take the initiative in bargaining later. This was quite common in the circle of nobles. "All right, Borg, don't beat around the bush with us. Just tell us how much food you can provide. As long as the price isn't too outrageous, we won't bargain. I believe that your mistress wouldn't want to see this beautiful city destroyed in a day, right?" Duke Georgi saw through these little tricks at a glance. At the same time, he also confirmed that Andrei's territory definitely had a lot of resources that he urgently needed. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that it was time to bleed. If necessary, he was even willing to use the wealth accumulated over generations. After all, power and land were always more important than money. Every noble understood this principle. Seeing the determined look in the other party's eyes, the old butler shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, Honorable Duke. The Countess and Sir Andre do have a lot of food, but do you think we can buy food with just gold coins in the current situation? Obviously, they couldn't. This also means that you have to pay some other price in exchange for this batch of life-saving food." Alexander frowned subconsciously. "Other than money, what else do you want? Don't misunderstand. It's not what I want, but what Sir Andre wants. As I said, don't worry. I have a piece of news that just came from Tua's Valley. Why don't you take a look first?" Saying that, Borg took out a piece of parchment and placed it on the table. He then smiled and sipped his drink in silence. With just a glance, Duke Georgi's bitter and hateful face was instantly filled with joy. Even his breathing became hurried. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement and pondered for a few seconds. He then raised his head and asked, "Is the data on this real? Tua's Valley can provide food for the entire Lincoln City for 3 months?" The old butler nodded reservedly. "Of course. Steward Abner is a very serious person. If he gives a guarantee, then it definitely won't be wrong." Hearing this, Duke Georgi instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He praised loudly, "Very good. Very good. You've been a great help this time. I'll remember this kindness. Now tell me, what does Andre want?" "It's very simple. Sir Andre wants to deal with some of his enemies after he returns. He hopes to receive your support. I have a list of names here, please take a look." With that, Borg took out another piece of parchment. There were many names recorded on it. At the top of the list was the Blood Marquis, the Brest family that the Kyrgyz belonged to. Chapter 9:15. Standing on the balcony of the highest room in the castle, Andre looked down at the increasingly prosperous Valen city, especially the parts of the lower city that had been built from a mess of broken ships. It looked much more refreshing, and the smelly garbage in the river had been cleaned up. The river water was so clear that it was almost drinkable. Everything in this city was changing according to his will. Perhaps the reason why countless people crazily pursued power was because they wanted to taste the sense of accomplishment of turning their dreams into reality. After a few days of continuous study, he'd already finished learning a few level 6 spells, and even found some time to research the process of transforming humans into vampires. However, he still hadn't gone to see Portia, who'd turned into a rabbit. That was because he still hadn't figured out what kind of attitude he should use to face this former friend of his. He also didn't know if this halfling thief would go completely crazy after seeing Gills. After all, hatred was a very powerful motivator, but at the same time, it was a double-edged sword that hurt others and hurt oneself. Wise people stayed away from it, while persistent people longed for it. You would never know what kind of outrageous things a person with a head full of resentment could do when they saw their enemy. Just as Andre was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed the magical energy in the air gathering behind him. He turned around and glanced, just in time to see Orlando step through the teleportation door and appear in the room. This half-elven great mage appeared very casual, unceremoniously grabbing the fruit on the table and stuffing it into his mouth. As he ate, he teased, Wow, you've been living quite well recently. A comfortable room, delicious food, and a young, beautiful, and considerate fiancé. In comparison, I'm much more miserable. Not only do I have to help you deal with those troublesome cards, but I also have to prepare for the dangers that may appear in the upcoming exploration. How is it? The taste of power isn't bad, right? Back then, I was obsessed with it for a while. I even secretly took control of a kingdom and changed everything according to my will. However, it didn't take long for me to get tired of it, especially those endless government affairs. It was simply maddening. You came here today to complain about how life hasn't been going your way. Andre unceremoniously raised his eyebrows and mocked. At this moment, he finally discovered that this great mage, who was half a step into the legendary realm, was actually a chatterbox. Ever since the two of them had become familiar with each other, this fellow had been chattering away like an annoying parrot whenever he had the chance. He almost could not believe it. They were both powerful spellcasters, but why were their personalities so different? Just look at the undying king, Absalom Blackburn. How arrogant and cold was he? Just his existence alone was enough to give people a huge sense of threat and pressure. However, the half-elf in front of him was like a person who loved comfort and hated work. He did not have the aura and demeanor that a legendary mage should have. Orlando didn't care what others thought of him at all. He shrugged and said, "No, of course not. I'm here to give you the card, and also to inform you that I've made some progress on the technique to control brain hormones. I believe that it won't be long before I successfully develop 1 or 2 new Arcane techniques." After saying that, he took out a stack of processed wizard cards from his pocket. Under the sunlight, each card emitted a faint halo. Andre did not intend to be courteous at all. He directly took his reward in his hand and felt the powerful mana flowing within. He quickly nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Our deal is now complete. If I have any new ideas in the future, I'll inform you immediately." Thank you so much. You're like a living treasure trove now, filled with countless treasures waiting to be discovered. I hope that one day in the future, I can join hands with you and explore the path that no one has taken before." With that, a trace of anticipation appeared in the half-elf's eyes. Andre smiled faintly and shook his head. "Perhaps. Who knows what will happen in the future? But don't worry, if there really is a day when I need a partner, I promise that you will be my first choice. Also, I have a small question about the undead creatures that I'd like to ask you." "What is it? Please ask." Although he did not get the affirmative answer he desired, Orlando was not discouraged at all. He believed that as long as he maintained the current close cooperation, sooner or later, he would be able to move the other party. "It's very simple. Do you know of any way to turn a vampire back into a normal person?" Andre asked softly as he fiddled with the card in his hand. "Turn a vampire back into a normal person?" The half-elf frowned and pondered for a few seconds. Then, he shook his head. "Sorry, as far as I know, no. This is because turning a living person into an undead is an irreversible process of life transformation. If you want the half-elf to return to normal, the only way is to completely destroy her and then use the wishing spell to resurrect her. But I don't recommend you to do this because at the moment of a vampire's death, there is a certain chance that the soul will be destroyed. This means that the vampire will never be able to be resurrected." Andre pondered for a moment, then sighed slightly. "All right, I think I understand. By the way, when do you plan to explore the mysterious area at the bottom of the sea?" Orlando hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "I still need 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I will personally go and test it out. If I confirm that there is no danger, I will inform you." "No problem, I will wait for your notification. But please hurry. In half a month, I will lead the fleet out to destroy a city. I will use destruction and death to tell the world what will happen if they anger me." As he said this, a cold smile appeared on Andre's face. He could not wait to see the scene of Bakharov City in flames. Ha 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 ha. Please allow me to wish you all the best, Your Excellency Flaming Duke. After saying that, Orlando bowed exaggeratedly, and then quickly cast a teleportation spell, disappearing without a trace. After watching the half-elf mage leave, André was not in a hurry to summon the character on the card. Instead, he sighed slightly and returned to the central control room of the wizard tower. He looked at the rabbit that had been locked in a glass jar for many days and smiled wryly as he muttered to himself, "You have to face what you have to face. I hope you can be more rational this time, my friend." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the lid and placed this dangerous little creature on the table. He quickly chanted an incantation and cast a rank 3 arcane spell, Dispel Magic. Instantly, the cute rabbit's body moved quickly, and in a few seconds, it had completely returned to Portia's original appearance. Chapter 9:16. As soon as her feet touched the ground, the nimble halfling immediately leapt forward, brandishing her sharp nails to launch an attack. As a vampire spawn, the negative energy produced by her hands alone was enough to pose a great threat to her enemies. However, André was clearly prepared. He raised his hand and cast an undead body immobilization with extreme speed, directly immobilizing her on the spot. She couldn't move at all, and couldn't even blink. Looking at Portia's eyes that caused her rationality to fall into madness, he shook his head helplessly. He immediately took out the mini cage that imprisoned the vampire and ordered, "Release the mental control on her. Immediately. Immediately." Ha 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 ha. Do you think I'll still be afraid of you in my current state? No. I want you to watch this halfling fall into the abyss with your own eyes. The only thing you can do is to kill her with your own hands. Suffer. Despair. Ha 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 ha. After continuously basking in the sun for several days, Gilles, who was extremely weak, let out a sinister roar. As a direct descendant of a vampire duke, he had never suffered such cruel torture in his life, especially the terrifying positive energy produced after the sun rose every day. It was simply a vampire's nightmare. There were many times when he lost his rationality under the intense burning, and was almost burnt to ashes. Thus, the hatred in his heart had long since broken through the sky. How could he obediently obey? However, it was a pity that Gilles didn't see the slightest bit of negative emotion in André's eyes. The latter merely raised the corner of his mouth in disdain and sneered sarcastically, "Very well, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson. No matter, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Ways? What ways do you have to make me willingly release a descendant? Stop dreaming. Such a situation will never happen, the vampire retorted without showing any signs of weakness. Ever since he knew that he was destined to die, he had completely let go of everything and focused on seeking revenge. To be more precise, he was seeking death. He could no longer endure at least an hour of sunbathing every day. Fool! You're a mage to not know that there's an arcane spell called Command Necromancy in the necromancy magic. Unfortunately, I know this spell, and I even memorized it today. As André spoke, he took out the spellbook that he carried with him. He flipped to the page that recorded "Commanding the Undead," and gently waved it in front of the man's eyes. Seeing the complicated spell structure on the page, Gilles immediately shouted frantically, "No! No! No! This can't be real. You can't control me. No." André put away the book and smiled meaningfully. I'm sorry, but I can." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately began to chant an incantation at an extremely fast speed. Along with the syllables full of magic power reverberating in the air, Gilles began to gradually feel an incomparably tyrannical power descending from the sky and entering his body. He couldn't speak. Unable to do anything. He couldn't even control his body. At the moment when the spell was completed, Gilles trembled violently and lost the control of his body and consciousness in a short time. "I command you to release Portia immediately." Andre gave the order without any trace of politeness. Although vampires were immune to most mind control, they couldn't get rid of the weakness of undead creatures, and that was that they couldn't resist magic that targeted the undead. I declare, release your soul. Although Gilles desperately tried to resist the arcane power, he still spoke words that went against his will in the end. In an instant, a soul fragment emerged from his body and entered the body of the halfling. Soon, the madness in Borcia's eyes disappeared and she finally regained consciousness, although she couldn't express her emotions for the time being. Andre didn't say anything else and directly removed the immobilization of the undead creature. He smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, my friend. How does it feel to be free of control?" How did you do it?" Borcia obviously didn't notice the mini-cage on the table. She stared at her hands in astonishment, an expression of disbelief appearing on her face. This was the first time she felt that her soul was complete after being forcefully turned into a vampire, and was no longer under anyone's control. "It's very simple. I captured your evil master." Saying that, Andre softly chanted an incantation. The mini-cage immediately opened and the prisoner inside was thrown out. Gil's body rapidly grew in size as he flew. When his feet touched the ground, he had returned to his normal size. Although he wanted to immediately turn into a gaseous state and escape, he was affected by the undead command. He needed permission to even move a finger at this moment. "It's him?" After seeing the prisoner's appearance clearly, Borcia's eyes instantly shot out hatred and madness. She immediately wanted to tear him to pieces. However, Andre grabbed her hand and stopped her. "Don't be impulsive, and don't let hatred blind your eyes. He is now my prisoner. You can take revenge whenever you want, but before that, you have to think clearly about your future." "Future? Do you think I still have a future?" Borcia asked with gritted teeth. Andre nodded seriously. "Of course, why not? You've only been turned into a vampire, not a spirit without a physical body. You have to find a reason for living for yourself, or you'll quickly sink under the corrosion of negative energy." Ha 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 ha. "Alright, if everyone has to live for a reason, then the reason I live for is revenge. I'll make this vampire and his family pay the price in blood and death." Borcia seemed to have gone mad when she said this. She couldn't stop laughing maniacally as negative energy gathered like never before. Without a doubt, her bloody oath had won the favor of some mysterious power. Perhaps it was a god, or perhaps it was a demon. "All right, since you've chosen the path of revenge, I won't say much. Gilles is yours. It doesn't matter if you want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive, or chop him into pieces. However, please remember that the Zempni family's power is beyond imagination. You'd better come up with a feasible plan, or you won't even be able to enter the gates of the Nightsong Castle." Having said that, Andre lightly patted the halfling's shoulder and turned to leave the room. He stood by the door and waited silently. He was very clear that Borcia, who had accumulated so much pain, needed to vent, and Gilles was the best target. As for the rest, it would be better to wait until she was done venting. Chapter 9:17. A philosopher once said, "Life is a painful journey. Poverty, hunger, injury, failure, parting, setbacks, all sorts of unpleasant experiences troubled everyone, and they could only feel a moment of peace right before death." Perhaps this statement was too negative, but there was one thing that wasn't wrong. Before productivity had developed to a certain extent, the lives of ordinary people were completely devoid of joy. This was also why they would desperately pursue faith, and pursue the illusory world after death. Only when a person was disappointed in reality, without any joy, and without a goal to pursue, and without understanding the meaning of their existence, would they want to borrow the power of the gods to fill the emptiness in their spirit and body. More seriously, they would even develop an intense world weariness, and take the initiative to embrace death. It was obvious that Portia had such tendencies. That was why André would rather she be filled with hatred than let her be disappointed in this world. Standing in the corridor outside the door, André quietly listened to the screams, wails, and pleas from the room. His cold face was devoid of any expression. He had already seen too many deaths in this unfamiliar world, and similarly, he had seen countless serfs and beggars who did not have enough food to fill their stomachs and clothes to cover their bodies. His heart had long become numb and cold-blooded. Furthermore, Gilles, who was screaming miserably, definitely deserved his punishment and did not deserve any sympathy. It had to be said that the abnormal recovery ability of vampires had finally become a burden. After all, when abusing ordinary people, the abuser would need to formulate a scientific plan that would not lead to sudden death based on each person's physique and endurance. However, vampires did not need to think about this at all. As long as they did not pierce their heads and hearts with wooden stakes, or completely expose them to the sun, they would not have to worry about death no matter how they were tortured. The venting lasted for an entire hour. When Portia pushed open the door and walked out, covered in blood, André saw the bloodiest, most violent, and most savage scene he had ever seen in his life. If not for the fact that his stomach had long since digested everything, he would have vomited. All the skin on Gilles' body, including his fingers, toes, scalp, face, and even his foreskin, had been peeled off alive. His entire body was dripping with blood, his muscles and fat completely exposed to the air. Some places were even severely burned by strong acid. If you think that's all there is to it, you're sorely mistaken. Every fingernail on his fingers and toes had been pulled out. His ears, lips, tongue, and eyelids had been cut off and placed on the table. His blood-stained teeth were carelessly discarded on the ground, and his sensitive gums were pierced with nails. Other than that, the body from the neck down to the stomach was dissected. His ribs, heart, intestines, liver, gallbladder, and other organs were destroyed on a large scale. His shoulder blades and feet were nailed to the wall with wooden stakes, completely eliminating any possibility of escape. Perhaps it was because she saw that André's expression wasn't too good. Portia hurriedly wiped the blood off her face and hands. She explained softly, "He's still alive. I didn't kill him." "I know you didn't kill him, but in this state, how is he any different from being dead?" As he spoke, André moved his gaze away from the tragic scene in the room. He decided that he wouldn't take a single step into the room before cleaning it up. Otherwise, just the pungent smell of blood would be enough to make an ordinary person vomit out the last bit of food in their stomach. Portia stood silently on the spot, as if she couldn't be bothered to retort. After all, she had already become the evil vampire in the Bard stories, so she didn't care what others thought of her. André sighed helplessly and asked softly, "Tell me, what plans do you have for the future?" "I plan to go to the north, to the Nightsong Fortress, and join this famous vampire family. I'll destroy and disintegrate them from the inside, and make the Zempni family disappear from this world forever." Portia licked the blood off her lips and replied with a sinister expression. "Taking revenge on a large vampire family isn't an easy task. Are you sure you're prepared?" André was trying his best, hoping to pull this unfortunate halfling out of the abyss. Unfortunately, Portia had already made up her mind. She glared at the half-dead Gilles with her scarlet eyes and said, "Of course. I can use the name of his descendant to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, and slowly build my own forces through assassination, threats, and bribery. When the time is right, I'll make this family disappear completely in one fell swoop. After all, I have an almost unlimited lifespan and time to slowly complete this revenge, isn't that right? All right, this is the path you've chosen, and I have no right to interfere. But as a friend, I'll give you 2 magical items before I leave. I hope they'll come in handy in the future." With that, André took out a pure black cloak from his multidimensional bag, as well as a magic revolver and a bag of bullets that he had spent a large sum of money to make. He pointed at the cloak and the revolver and introduced, This cloak is woven with special threads and imbued with a large amount of shadow energy. Can block out most of the light. It allows you to walk under the sun without being destroyed. Although you'll still have to endure immense pain, at least you won't have to worry about being burned to death. As for this thing called a revolver, it's the product of one of my experiments. It can shoot bullets faster than the speed of sound. As long as you pull the trigger, it can penetrate most armor and shields in an instant. There are many enchanted bullets here, especially positive bullets, which can cause great damage to vampires. I believe you'll come in handy in the future. Portia didn't decline and directly took the cloak and put it on. At the same time, she fiddled with the revolver. After understanding how it worked, she quickly put it on her waist, took a deep breath, and took 2 steps forward to give Andre a hug. Thank you, old Bernie is dead. God has also left me. You're now my last friend. Live well, and I hope we'll meet again in the future. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't accompany you on this adventure. After saying this, she turned into a bat and flew toward the portal in the direction of the exit without looking back. Watching the hate-filled halfling disappear at the end of the corridor, Andre stood in the same place for a few minutes in melancholy. He immediately ordered the golem to grab Gills, who was nailed to the wall by a wooden stake, and cast a teleportation spell to leave the underground mage tower. Before killing this guy, he still had one more thing to do, and that was to subdue the Ratman, Ken Copped. Chapter 9:18. No one knew what Andre and Ken Copped had talked about, and no one knew what agreement they had reached. In short, when night fell, the leader of the Ratmen, who was proficient in intelligence gathering and spying, finally announced his loyalty to Andre in front of all his subordinates, becoming another important force in his hands. After all, in this world without surveillance cameras, spy satellites, drones, or eavesdropping devices, one had to rely on the power of people to obtain information in a timely manner, and a well-established intelligence organization was absolutely indispensable. With Kenkapard's loyalty, Andre's control over the entire Sardinia archipelago instantly rose to a whole new level. The pervasive Ratman thieves continuously recorded everything that happened in the city, and then selected the more important ones to submit. For example, Old George had recently met with those nobles and talked about something in private. Another example was how the smugglers led by Willie Galt suppressed the nobles, who were trying to seize the market through trade. With this information, Andre could more accurately control the balance within the alliance and ensure that no side had a chance to win. Time flew by, and July slipped away without anyone noticing. The entire South had finally officially entered August, the hottest month. At the same time, it was also the season for countless merchant ships to sail against the trade winds. This was especially so for the merchant ships that went around the Tauric Peninsula and headed towards the only port town in the north, Cassia. They had to reach their destination before winter and rest for 4 to 5 months. They could only return in the spring of the next year. Otherwise, they would have to face the sea that was frozen by the cold wind. Of course, the profits from this dangerous voyage were also considerable. Bringing weapons, armor, food, jerky, cloth, salt, and other necessities from the south to exchange for furs, precious metals, slaves, rare animals, and so on with the barbarians, dwarves, exiles, orcs, and half-orcs in the north was even faster than robbing. After all, ever since Andre started the large-scale construction, the demand for labor in the Sardinia Islands had increased day by day. In just a few weeks, the slave market's trading volume had soared from 20 to 30 per day to 100 to 200, and it was still rising. As for the price, it was almost doubled. Regardless of whether it was the smugglers or the conservative nobles, they all discovered this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and sent out merchant ships, intending to provoke a war between the various tribes in the north in order to obtain a large number of slaves. For this reason, they had prepared countless weapons, armor, and salt on the cargo ship. For the primitive and backward northern tribes, these materials were simply irresistible temptation. It could be foreseen that this winter, there would be frequent battles between the northern tribes. As the leader of the entire alliance, Andrei also dispatched 2 modified merchant ships. However, he wasn't there to obtain slaves or wealth. Instead, he was looking for a way to return to the Canterra kingdom. Sitting on a chair in the castle hall, he stared at the 2 newly recruited captains kneeling in front of him with a strange expression on his face. One of them was quite old. His face was full of wrinkles, and his bronze skin was the result of years of exposure to the wind and sun at sea. The other one was the exact opposite. He looked very young, and although there were more or less traces of being burned by the sun, it was obvious that he had never suffered before. It had to be said that this combination of an old man and a young man was rather eye-catching, especially since they had taken the same boat to the Sardinia Islands. After deliberately giving them the cold shoulder for a few minutes, Andrei said meaningfully, "Listen, I don't care who you were or what you did in the past, but from now on, you are all captains under me. You have to obey my orders, understand?" "Understood." The young man hurriedly lowered his head and replied loudly. The old man hesitated for a moment, as if he was struggling. He quickly echoed, "Your will is my command." Andrei nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I hope you won't disappoint me. Remember, I don't need you to earn much from this voyage. I just need you to find out how far it is from Kasha to the Canterra kingdom and where we need to pass through. If possible, it would be best if you could bring back a map. Don't worry. I swear I will bring back good news before July next year." The young man patted his chest and promised. "Hee, I'll believe your promise for now. Go and prepare now. Set off with the fleet tomorrow morning." Andrei waved his hand lightly as he spoke. The 2 men hurriedly got up and bowed before turning to leave the hall. They had just left when Kenkapard walked out from a dark corner and reminded him in a low voice, "Sir, I think these 2 fellows are very suspicious. You shouldn't let them leave so easily. I personally think we should observe them for at least a few months to make sure they aren't spies." Andrei shook his head playfully as he glanced at the head of intelligence with a gloomy expression. "No, there's no need for that. I know who these 2 are. Don't worry, they aren't a threat. As a baron of Linton City, how could he not know the famous commander of the Linton City Navy, Mikhail Kerman? Although the other party didn't recognize him. No one would have thought that this old man, who had once commanded the world, was now on the Sardinia Islands. No one would have thought that he would choose to conceal his identity and become the captain of a merchant ship in order to survive. Well, since you think there's no problem, I won't continue to send people to monitor them." Although Kenkapard didn't quite understand why Andrei was so certain, he still cooperated tactfully. He knew that as the leader of an intelligence organization, the most important thing was not ability, but loyalty. He had to make the people he was loyal to feel that everything was under his control. Otherwise, once doubts arose, he would immediately fall from the sky. Andrei didn't expose the Ratman's thoughts. He tapped the table with his fingers and fell into a state of contemplation. After a while, he asked, "Tell me, how are the war supplies at the port? How long will it take to meet my requirements?" Kenkapard quickly took out a book bound with parchment from his arms and flipped through it a little. He quickly replied, "Sir, so far, we have completed the transformation of 6 gunships. The amount of gunpowder is sufficient. Weapons, armor, food, drinks, and soldiers are ready. It will take about a week and a half to 2 weeks to meet your requirement." "Not bad. Let them hurry up and try to set off before the end of August." As the alliance began to gradually infiltrate all aspects of the islands, Andrei felt that there was no need for him to stay any longer. It was time to return to Linton City to clean up those annoying flies. Ken Copped caught the flash of murderous intent and his heart trembled. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes, I will pass on this order." Chapter 9:19. On the morning of the 16th day of the 8th month, 7468 Orier Reclamation Calendar, a fleet of 30 warships slowly left the Sardinia Islands and headed towards Bacarlo City. Unlike most warships in the south, more than half of these ships had undergone a series of modifications. They were no longer as round as before, and there were a few more patches on both sides of the ship. It was obvious that they were cannons. After more than a month of hard work, and with the convenience brought about by magical molding, a total of 40 qualified bronze cannons were successfully cast and placed on more than a dozen ships. Although the rookie cannoneers could not be as accurate as the Eye of Arcane, it was enough to form a battle line and destroy the enemy's fleet. In a large-scale naval battle, having a battle line and not having one were two completely different concepts, especially in terms of firepower. Cannons were far more advantageous than traditional catapults and ballistas. Although there were only a dozen ships, they were almost invincible before encountering mages and the Griffin Knight. As the commander of this fleet, Seawave Kent was overwhelmed with emotions. He had already seen the power of the cannons before they set off, so he could not wait to rush to the target sea area and launch an attack on Bacarlo City, making the city tremble in fear. In fact, it was not only him. Every pirate captain equipped with cannons was ambitious and eager to show off in the upcoming battle so that they could obtain bigger warships and more cannons in the future. Now they finally realized how correct their choice was. If they were to become enemies with such cannons, no matter how many lives they had, they would not be able to survive. On the Arcane Eye, a young woman dressed in black armor, carrying a sharp two-handed greatsword on her back, and emitting an aura of fear and despair all over her body, came straight to André under the gazes of countless sailors. She knelt on one knee and said in a cold voice, "Master, I've already inspected the entire ship according to your instructions. I didn't find any suspicious signs." "All right, Yvette, I understand. You may leave." André waved his hand without raising his head. He was now inexplicably irritated, so he was not in the mood to pay attention to this fallen paladin and dark guardian that he had just summoned from the card not long ago. Half a month had passed since the last time they met, and there was no news of the half-elf Orlando, as if he had vanished into thin air. Even the magic communications spell could not reach him. Obviously, there were only two reasons for this situation. First, he was trapped by the boundless darkness and couldn't get out for the time being. Second, he was dead. Dead people naturally couldn't contact each other. No matter what the reason was, it wasn't good news for André. This meant that there was a huge hidden danger beneath Valence City that might erupt at any moment. "Yes, master." Yvette placed one hand on her chest and bowed. She then turned and walked into the cabin. As a dark guardian, it was her nature to obey the strong. She used her sword and magic to protect the cruel rule. From a certain perspective, a dark guardian was the dark side of a paladin. It symbolized the ultimate power of evil and order. Many paladins who had fallen behind would choose to become a dark guardian. Not long after Yvette entered the cabin, the black-robed necromancer Mant took 2 steps forward and suggested in a low voice, "Master, it's best if you put this matter aside and focus on the enemy in front of you. Otherwise, the entire fleet will be in danger." André rubbed his swollen head and nodded lightly. "Don't worry, I know what's important and what's urgent. Let's put this matter to rest for now. I won't think about it until we destroy Bakarov City. Oh right, have you made any progress on the things I asked you to research recently?" "Heh. Don't worry, I've already created an interesting toy according to the recipe. I believe it'll be able to teach those griffins flying in the sky a lesson." A sinister smile appeared on Mant's bony face. Perhaps it was because they both broke the law, but out of all the adepts he'd summoned, he was the only one who shared the most common topics with André. He'd even been assigned some research work. Not bad. Then I'll leave Bakarov City's famous Griffin Knights to you. I don't want them to hover above the fleet. André was quite satisfied with the necromancer's work attitude. He silently placed a +2 ring of protection he'd made in his spare time into the man's palm. Mant instantly sensed the attributes of the ring, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He quickly put it on his right index finger, and bowed deeply with one hand on his chest. "Thank you for your generosity, my beloved master. Before we reach the designated sea, I will definitely be able to put this little toy into actual combat, and make the Griffin Knights completely become history." After all, for a low-level sorcerer, a +2 ring of protection was like wearing light leather armor. Coupled with the armor of a level 1 arcane sorcerer, it could basically deflect most long-range weapons. Even if they were accidentally shot, their lives would not be in danger. Unlike most of the people in this world who'd crazily collected magical items, Andrei felt that no matter how powerful a magical item was, it was just an inanimate object. It was far less important than people. Moreover, the subordinates he'd obtained from the cards were loyal and would never betray him. Naturally, he'd have to equip them. Of course, the warrior monk, Celeste, did not need to equip himself. This was because he used a supernatural ability called Ki. When he fought, he couldn't wear any armor or shield. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to display his agility and speed. Although Andrei hadn't figured out what this Ki was, he was sure that when the warrior monk infused it into his limbs, the hardness of his limbs would be comparable to that of steel. Celeste even said that some of the true masters of the monastery could make their fists as hard as adamantine. They could even clash head-on with dragons with their physical strength alone. From a certain point of view, the 10 adepts he'd just summoned from the cards all had their own unique characteristics. Apart from the orc thief Del and the dwarf warrior Angel who'd caused a slight commotion, the rest were normal. After all, Andrei was now a level 12 sorcerer. It wasn't strange for him to have a dozen followers. The only thing that was strange was where these strange fellows had come from. Just like that, Andrei familiarized himself with the abilities of his new subordinates while reading the golden scroll he'd obtained from the Undying King. Within a few days, the fleet led by Andrei had entered the sea controlled by Bakarov City. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Chapter 920. Ever since he'd buried the massive Lincoln Navy, the ambitious Grand Admiral Neomyadina believed that it was time for Bakarov to rise again. Thus, he'd ordered the few remaining warships to expand their patrol area, forcibly taking control of the surrounding islands and villages within dozens of nautical miles. The villages and towns that had sided with Lincoln during the war were all brutally looted. Those who resisted were executed on the spot, and large amounts of wealth, food, and livestock were taken away to make up for the losses Bakaro had suffered during the war. It could be said that this war had not only resulted in heavy losses for both sides, but also destroyed the stability and peace of the surrounding areas. Hatred, slaughter, death, in just a few short months, Loretta had gotten his wish. Terrifying dark clouds hung over the southern seas, causing countless deaths and even more to become destitute. An organization called the Venomous Tailhook was rapidly expanding in the dark, attracting many youths blinded by vengeance. Under the bewitchment of those with ulterior motives, they quickly formed a group of fanatics who believed in the devil. Along the way, they captured beautiful young women and sacrificed them to obtain the twisted power of the bottomless abyss. Grand Admiral Neomyadina had no idea that he had unwittingly become the driving force behind Loretta's grand plan. What he didn't know was that a terrifying destroyer was on its way to Bakaro. It wouldn't be long before terrifying flames descended from the sky, turning this ancient port city into ashes. Passing by the nameless island where the pirates had once camped, the lookout on the main mast rang the alarm bell, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Warning! Enemy ships ahead! Unknown numbers!" Bartholomew raised his telescope and observed for a moment. He immediately approached Andrei and bowed with one hand on his chest. "Sir, it's Bakaro's fleet. What should we do?" "Do you even need to ask? Raise the blood flag. Let Kent take command. From now on, we won't take in any prisoners." Andrei expressionlessly gave the order to kill. The blood flag, as the name suggested, was a dark red flag without any design, but it symbolized death and slaughter. When a ship raised this flag, it meant that regardless of whether the other party surrendered or not, there was no possibility of survival. Even though Bartholomew knew that the purpose of this voyage was destruction, he couldn't help but shudder. He hurriedly nodded. "Understood. I'll get someone to raise the blood flag." A few minutes later, all the ships saw the blood-red flag fluttering in the wind at the bow of the Arcane Eye. "Awesome. I like this command," Kent growled excitedly. Cruel and brutal killings could trigger the brutality hidden in the hearts of human beings, raise morale, and strike at the enemy. It was the favorite of almost all commanders, and he was no exception. As for whether this kind of massacre would provoke a strong resistance from the other side, Seawolf didn't care at all. Anyway, he didn't plan to play the traditional boarding battle with the opponent. Instead, he planned to try a new way of naval warfare. It didn't take long for a dozen gunships to form a line under Seawolf's command and seize the upper hand. The remaining ships began to decelerate and leave the battlefield. Their main mission wasn't to participate in the naval battle, but to plunder the wealth and population of Bakharov City. There was no doubt that the influence of the blood flag was unparalleled, whether it was on their own side or the enemy. On the flagship of the Bakharov City Navy, General Zach raised his binoculars and happened to see this scene. He immediately flew into a rage and roared at his adjutant, "Bastards! How dare they? Raise the battle flag immediately. Get everyone ready for battle. Also, tell the battle mages to send a message to the great commander. Tell him that the Sardinia pirates have turned hostile against us." "General, didn't we just reach an agreement with the pirate King Francis not long ago? Why would they suddenly attack? This doesn't make sense," the adjutant asked with a frown. "I know it doesn't make sense. But the problem is that they have already raised the blood flag." "The blood flag?" Zach roared angrily. For any commander, if they didn't respond after seeing the enemy raise the blood flag, it was a great humiliation. In serious cases, they might even lose morale. After all, the losses of the Bakharov City Navy were already great. If they lost their morale, they might not be able to recover and rebuild for more than 10 years. The adjutant obviously knew this as well. He sighed helplessly and turned to walk into the cabin. He knew very well that the warships before them were no match for the powerful pirate. Their only chance was to request for the Griffin Knights to be mobilized. Only the knights soaring in the sky could dispel the enemy's attacks and ensure that the flames of war didn't spread to the docks. As the Griffin Knights had saved Bakharov City many times in the past, everyone in the city had a morbid infatuation and trust in them. They even believed that no one could defeat the Griffin Knights. Even if an evil dragon appeared in the sky above the city, it would be slain by the knights. Of course, this was only an unrealistic fantasy. They didn't know that the Griffins actually had a weakness. It was just that most people didn't know about it. But now Necromancer Man had already prepared some gadgets to deal with the Griffins. Once the knights suffered a devastating blow, the entire Bakharov city would lose its last line of defense. Just as Andrei narrowed his eyes and silently watched the sky, the two fleets finally began to exchange fire. The first to attack was General Zach. When the two sides were still 800 or 900 meters apart, he ordered the ballistic cannons to fire stone shells. Following the order, countless round stones of about 30 kilograms were thrown into the air at an extremely fast speed. Following that, they fell at a high speed, making a whistling sound as they whizzed past, covering the direction of the enemy's ship. Unfortunately, at such a long distance, unless one was extremely lucky, the probability of hitting was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. More than 90% of the stone shells fell directly into the water. Even if one or two brushed against the ship's bow or railings, it wouldn't cause any serious damage. Seawolf Kent stood on the deck, a sinister smile on his face as he shouted at the sailors, "Open the cannons! Fire in 30 seconds! Captain's orders! Open the cannons! Fire in 30 seconds!" Captain's orders. Open the cannons. Fire in 30 seconds. Under the furious roars of the first mate and boatswain, the cannons on one side of the ship slowly opened, revealing their sinister muzzles. Even though there were only 6 of them, the crew was confident that they could bury the enemy in the sea in a single volley. The captains who followed behind also followed suit. They quickly pushed out their cannons and prepared to fire. They were just waiting for the order to sink the enemy with their heavy metal cannonballs. Chapter 9:21. Battle line versus boarding battle. Cannons versus ballistae plus catapults. This was destined to be a battle of attrition. As the Eye of Arcane had undergone extensive repairs and modifications, its appearance was completely different from before. Furthermore, the obvious markings on the sails had been removed. General Zack did not recognize this sea fortress that had once caused him heavy losses. He still ordered the fleet to approach, intending to use their advantage in numbers to drag the opponent into a chaotic battle. In this way, he would be able to hold on until the Griffin Knights came to his rescue, thus seizing victory in this naval battle. It had to be said that from the perspective of Aurère's traditional naval battle, his commanding ability was quite brilliant. He was indeed worthy of being a general who could seize many opportunities to defeat the strong despite being the weak, and firmly defend the port of Bacaro City. But this time, he was not facing his old rival, Mikhail Kerman, nor the pirates of the Sardinia Islands. Instead, he was facing sail gunships armed with brand-new tactics by transmigrators. This was a naval battle technique that was hundreds of years ahead of this world. When the two fleets were less than 300 meters away, Kent the Seawolf drew his sword and roared, "Fire! Send all the enemies into the sea to feed the fishes." Following the order, the cannoneers adjusted the position and angle of the muzzle, and then ignited the fuses. In the blink of an eye, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. Boom! 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 The cannons that had been silent for a long time finally began to bare their fangs at this backward world. In the blink of an eye, the 2 400-ton frigates were pierced through by countless bullets. At a glance, they looked like sieves. Then, they began to sink. With their primitive hull structure, there was no way they could withstand the power of the cannons. Although most of the cannoneers only had a hit rate of less than 20% due to insufficient training, the devastating effect shocked everyone. In particular, General Zack, who had lost 2 ships in the first round, was trembling all over, because he finally recognized the largest ship. It was the Eye of Arcane that he had chased before, known as the Roaring Sea Dragon. Fear that came from the depths of his heart and soul. He would never forget the terrifying scene he had seen with his own eyes that night. The owner of that ship was a terrifying monster that could evaporate hundreds of meters of seawater in a short moment. How could a mere human's flesh and blood withstand the enemy's attack? Realizing the severity of the situation, General Zack immediately roared at his adjutant like a madman. "Turn! Order all ships to turn around immediately. We must leave this area immediately." "Yes, General. I'll pass down the order right away." The adjutant was so nervous that he couldn't even speak properly. He stammered a response before turning around and running to the helmsman's position. He was not blind. Even a blind person would know who the enemy in front of him was after hearing the deafening roar. After all, in the entire continent, there was only one person who could create and use such a weapon without any hesitation. When the two fleets were about 150 meters apart, the Bacaro City Navy turned around and fled towards the port. Seawolf Kent naturally wouldn't let his opponent go so easily. He commanded the fleet to follow closely behind, and with the help of the hull that was more compatible with fluid mechanics and more sails, he quickly caught hold of the enemy's butt. As the cannons fired again and again, more and more enemy ships became riddled with holes and joined the sinking rank. André stood on the deck of the Eye of Arcane, watching this battle that had been unbalanced from the start. He muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, Finally, there's a little bit of the atmosphere of a large-scale naval battle. It's just that the enemy is too weak, there's no fun to speak of. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Master, but no true commander or general would be willing to engage in a war where both sides are evenly matched. Their favorite situation would always be when they are countless times stronger than their opponent, and then use their absolute advantage to crush the enemy, just like what this fleet is doing now. Necromancer Mant advised with a smile. He had obviously heard what André had said, and was afraid that he would take things too hard and do something dangerous like increasing the difficulty of his mission. There was no lack of such lunatics among spellcasters. They would even let hundreds of thousands of people die for some so-called fun, and bury entire kingdoms with them. Don't worry, man. I'm just expressing my thoughts. I don't really plan to put them into action. Besides, instead of worrying about these useless things, why don't you think about how to deal with the Griffin Knights later? They are not as weak and easily bullied as this fleet. Even if they lose their griffins, they are still a group of elite knights. As André spoke, he returned to his seat and leisurely drank his coconut juice, completely ignoring the unsightly expression of the necromancer. However, with Mant's intelligence, he quickly reacted and teased with a smile. "Haha, my dear master, you really know how to joke. Let's not talk about whether those knights will fall to their deaths after losing their griffins. Even if they successfully fall, you can't just stand by and watch them wantonly destroy everything. So, what do I have to worry about?" It was undoubtedly a very pleasant thing to talk with a smart person. Not only was André not angry, he even laughed and clapped his hands. "Ha ha ha ha. Well, since you reacted quickly, inform everyone in the cabin to put on the splints and tell them to come out and stretch their muscles. I don't want any accidents to happen to my fleet." "As you wish." The necromancer bowed respectfully and turned to walk into the cabin. Not long after, more than a dozen people appeared on the deck, armed with various weapons and dressed in a variety of clothes. There were warriors, rangers, rogues, and bards amongst them. There was also Mant and the druid Nina amongst them. They covered everything from physical attacks to magic, arcane spells to divine spells. Just as André was about to say something, the lookout above suddenly shouted, "Alert! Flying creatures were spotted right in front of them. Griffins! Bakarov City has sent out their trump card, the Griffin Knights." His shout immediately caused a huge commotion. Many sailors hurriedly raised their heads and looked at the black dots in the distance under the dazzling sunlight, their faces filled with fear. Even Kent raised a signal flag, indicating for all the ships to stop their pursuit. At the same time, all the sailors armed with muskets and crossbows walked to the deck and prepared for battle. Everyone knew that the real battle had only just begun. If they couldn't defeat the Griffin Knights, they wouldn't even be able to approach the port. Chapter 922. Griffins, as the name suggested, were a hybrid of a lion and a vulture. They had the body and claws of a lion, and the head and wings of an eagle. They were a perfect hybrid of a land beast and a bird of prey in the sky. When they reached adulthood, they would be 3 meters long and weigh half a ton. Their wingspan could reach 7 to 8 meters, and they could carry more than 300 kilograms and fly freely in the sky above 3,200 meters. They could easily kill a knight, no matter if they swooped down from the sky and used their sharp claws to tear their target apart, or they could hide in the grass and launch a surprise attack like a lion. Ordinary breastplates and scales could not withstand the terrifying sharp beak and claws. There were almost no obvious weaknesses on their bodies. Therefore, other than giant dragons, there were very few creatures that could survive a one-on-one encounter with them. To some extent, more than 80% of the fame of the Griffin Knights was due to the former. The latter was just a small part of the fame. After all, even if an idiot who only knew how to use crossbows rode on the back of a griffin, he could immediately achieve impressive results. No one knew the origin of the griffins. Some said that they were the creations of a certain legendary figure during the most glorious period of the ancient magic civilization. Others said that they came from an alien plane that was rarely visited by humans. It was just like in the Age of Thunder, countless dragon eggs suddenly fell from the sky, and in the end, they hatched into colorful dragons. But one thing was very clear. The griffins were a very proud magical creature that was difficult to tame and also very difficult to raise. First of all, they could not be locked in cages. Otherwise, they would immediately refuse to eat, and they could not be whipped. Otherwise, it would lead to serious resistance. Secondly, the fledglings had to choose their owners in about 3 months, which was before the first feather grew out. They had to live together intimately, get familiar with each other, and learn from each other until they could fight together. It would take at least half a year to a year. During this time, the knights could not go home, nor could they get close to women, nor could they get close to any other creatures, including dogs, horses, and livestock. Even so, there was still a very high chance that they would be rejected by the griffins and become a pathetic failure. Once the taming failed, the young griffins would have to be killed or set free. Lastly, and most importantly, griffins were carnivores through and through. After they reached adulthood, they would eat at least 15 kilograms of meat every day. If they engaged in vigorous exercise, their appetite would double. Without sufficient financial resources and animal husbandry support, it would be impossible to raise these big eaters. In addition, griffins especially liked to attack horses. Wherever they were, the horses would become restless, even frightened and crazy. Therefore, raising griffins was equivalent to giving up on ground cavalry. It was said that in order to maintain the combat prowess of the Griffin Knights, a large pasture had been set up outside the city to rear horses, cows, and sheep. The knights' encampment was also listed as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to approach without permission, or they would be killed without mercy. André grinned as he looked at the griffins that were getting closer and closer. He said to the necromancer beside him, "My dear Mant, are you ready? The show is about to begin." "He. Of course, master, my little plaything can't wait any longer. It wants to teach these arrogant fellows a lesson. I hope those idiotic knights can still be so arrogant and condescending after losing control of the griffins." After saying that, Mant waved to the crew members behind him. When they saw it, they quickly lifted a tall cannon onto the deck and began to load it with ammunition. However, this cannon didn't fire solid projectiles. Instead, it was a blossoming projectile made of magical plastic. It wasn't filled with gunpowder either, but with a miraculous magical potion. In order to maximize the potion's power, the necromancer had been waiting for the first wave of attacks. After all, the griffins couldn't fly at a height of 1,000 meters. If they wanted to attack targets on the ground, they would have to dive down and descend to a height of 200 meters. Just as the crew was getting more and more anxious, the Griffin Knights finally arrived above the fleet. After circling around twice, they immediately began to descend at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, the people on the deck could clearly see the cold light reflected off the javelins in the knights' hands. Without a doubt, this was a very vicious weapon. With the help of gravity, even shields couldn't withstand the terrifying penetrative power of the javelins. André didn't say anything else. He immediately activated the force wall spell stored in his magic ring and set up a protective barrier above his head. Even with the tenacious vitality of a semi-elemental body, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being pierced by a javelin. When the Griffin Knights were less than 100 meters away from the deck, they finally threw the javelins in their hands with all their might. The sailors on the deck didn't want to be outdone, either pulling the trigger or shooting arrows. Only a series of whooshing sounds could be heard, followed by a series of miserable howls. "Ah! Damn it! My stomach has been pierced. Save me! Save me!" The deck was littered with sailors who had been nailed to the ground by javelins. Each of them had a pained expression as they desperately tried to pull out the javelins that had pierced through their bodies. Unfortunately, it was basically impossible to pull out a javelin that was stuck in the deck with just the strength of their hands. Bartholomew, who was in charge of commanding the battle, didn't say anything. He directly raised his weapon and stabbed one of them in the heart, ending his suffering. When the other sailors saw this, they all followed suit and killed the severely injured companions beside them. In this world without surgery, it was impossible to survive such a piercing wound. Although there was a druid, divine spells were limited and needed to be left for more important people. Looking at the Griffin Knights who were gloating over his head, André sneered and raised his hand. He snapped his fingers. "Mant, it's your turn. Show these fellows what you're made of." "It's my pleasure." The necromancer placed one hand on his chest and bowed elegantly. He then gestured to the cannoneer behind him. The latter raised a torch and lit the fuse. Instantly, boom, an exquisite cannonball engraved with complicated patterns flew into the air at high speed, scaring the Griffin Knights into dodging. However, just as they thought they had avoided this despicable sneak attack, the patterns on the surface of the cannonball suddenly began to glow. Then, in the next second, bang, the entire cannonball broke into pieces, and a large number of oddly colored water droplets sprayed out from within. These water droplets quickly evaporated under the sun's rays, forming a shimmering mist that shrouded most of the Griffin Knights. Chapter 923. Damn it! Hold your breaths and rush out. There must be something wrong with this smoke. Leo, the leader of the Griffin Knights, was well aware of the dangers of alchemy products. He yelled a warning at the top of his voice while riding his griffin into the sky. The knights weren't fools. Even if Leo didn't warn them, they would have held their breaths and urged their griffins to rush out of the smoke. However, they had obviously forgotten a very important point. Humans could hold their breaths, but griffins couldn't. These huge magical creatures required a large amount of oxygen to fly in order to ensure the consumption of their muscles. Therefore, within a few seconds, they were affected by the smoke and began to behave strangely. For example, one of the griffins couldn't flap both of its wings at the same time, causing it to rise and fall in midair. It even somersaulted a few times. The knight on its back lost his grip and instantly fell from a height of hundreds of meters. Plop! He fell into the sea and never resurfaced again. Other than that, the rest of the griffins didn't fare any better. They all lost control. As long as one wasn't a fool, one could tell that the Griffin Knights had lost their ability to fight. They couldn't even protect themselves now, let alone battle. A few of them who fell carelessly either sank to the bottom of the sea or smashed into a pile of minced meat on the deck. André's eyes flickered with a chilling gleam as he looked at the wretched appearances of these proud sons of the heavens. He then said to his subordinates, "It seems that the effects of the potion aren't bad. It's time to let this Knight Legion with a glorious battle record become history. Go and bring me their heads." "Ha ha ha ha. As you wish, my dear master." Eunice pulled out the cork with a sinister smile and drank the potion in one gulp. Then, she soared into the air and pounced on a knight riding on a griffin. The other followers that were summoned from the cards also drank the flying potion in one gulp and attacked the enemies in midair. Among them, there were knights, warriors, and dark guards who were adept at charging and breaking through enemy lines. There were also rogues who were adept at ambushing and rangers who could shoot arrows from afar. With the help of the druids and bards, the 6 Griffin Knights who were caught off guard died in the blink of an eye. Seeing so many professionals suddenly rushing out, the leader Leo immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. Ignoring the shaking of his griffin, he hurriedly put a mithril arrow engraved with exquisite patterns on the bowstring and loudly reminded all the members, "Use the demon-piercing arrow. We must suppress the enemy before the griffins recover." Under his reminder, the knights who had fallen into an unprecedented panic drew their bowstrings and aimed at their opponents who were killing with the help of the flying spell. Without another word, they let go of their fingers. In an instant, streaks of dazzling light streaked across the sky, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Even the sun seemed dim at this moment. The demon-piercing arrow made of mithril was the ultimate weapon of the Griffin Knights. The cost of each arrow was not cheap, and once it was shot, there was no way to retrieve it. The moment the enemy's magic was broken, the surveillance would completely shatter. Not even a speck of dust could be found. Just as the others quickly dodged and blocked, Eunice, who was already stained with blood, had a crazy smile on her face. She allowed the 3 arrows to pierce her chest. After a dazzling flash of white light, the flying spell on her body was immediately dispelled. She fell from a high place like a cannonball. Success! I successfully killed that demon. A knight excitedly raised the hard bow in his hand and cheered loudly. He couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. In the short few minutes of battle just now, the half-demon had dismembered 2 knights in an extremely cruel and bloodthirsty manner. The cruelty was simply off the charts. However, this knight couldn't be happy for too long. When he was less than 50 meters from the ground, Eunice's cloak suddenly protruded. 2 huge bat wings opened up with a whoosh, followed by 2 forceful flaps, and stopped in midair. She glanced at another knight with incomparably evil eyes. The knight's body couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. After that, he subconsciously raised his bow, aimed at his companion, and shot a fatal arrow. Whoosh! Ah! Along with the piercing sound of air, the knight who was still excited just now let out a miserable scream. He lowered his head and looked at the blood flowing out of his chest. Then, he turned around and stared at his former friend in disbelief. Slowly, he fell from the saddle. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Be careful! That female demon knows charm magic. Commander Leo was indeed experienced and knowledgeable. He immediately identified the source of his subordinate's abnormality. However, being able to identify it didn't mean that he could solve it. The knight who was under control quickly drew his bowstring and shot out all 10 anti-magic arrows from his quiver in one breath. Even with the commander's warning, 2 unlucky knights were still hit by the arrows. They clutched their wounds and fell from the sky. There was no need to ask to know that they wouldn't survive. Seeing this, Eunice laughed and mocked. Ah ha 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 ha! Is this the famous Griffin Knight Regiment of Bacaro City? I have to say, you've really disappointed me. After losing your griffins, you're worse than trash. It was obvious that she had succeeded in infuriating the remaining knights. Bastard! How dare you insult us? I want to duel with you. Go! Kill this demon! For a moment, the crowd was agitated, and many of the knights' eyes turned red. After all, they had been taught since young that honor was more important than life. Once their honor was questioned, they were like boiling oil that had been splashed onto sparks. Their entire being was dominated by anger. A knight with a silver spear roared and jumped off the griffin's back. He pounced towards Eunice, wanting to kill this enemy who had tarnished his regiment's honor. As for whether he would fall to his death or drown, he didn't care at all. From the moment he jumped, he had already made up his mind to protect his honor with his life. Seeing the knight falling from the sky like a meteor, the corners of Eunice's mouth curled up slightly. Her eyes flashed with a mocking light, and then she did something that left everyone dumbfounded. She didn't clash head-on with her opponent like a warrior full of honor. Instead, she flapped her wings and moved about 10 meters to the side. At the same time, she mocked loudly, "Idiot! Don't you have a brain? Or do you think I'm as stupid as you? Despicable demon! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" The young knight saw that his enemy had escaped his attack range and immediately cursed like a madman. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He could only watch as he fell, and finally fell into the sea with a splash. Chapter 924. After successfully toying with a knight to death, Eunice raised the sword of the king's blood and pointed it at Commander Leo, provoking him. "You're the commander of these idiots? The glory of the Griffin Knights cannot be tarnished. Demon! I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my dead brothers." Leo took off the iron glove on his left hand and threw it down forcefully. Throwing a glove meant a one-on-one duel between nobles. In other words, the commander had challenged Eunice to a duel in his own name. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent as he vowed to cut down his target with his sword. Eunice caught the iron glove that was thrown down from above and sneered, "Humph! Bullshit glory! Your so-called glory is all snatched from these griffins who can't speak. Since you want to duel, then let's duel. I will use the sword in my hand to prove that you are nothing but trash." After saying this, she threw the iron glove into the sea and flapped her huge bat wings to fly up. As a half-demon with the ability to transform, Eunice was very clear that she couldn't maintain her current state for too long. Therefore, she had to end the battle quickly, otherwise she would be in danger of being killed. It must be known that Commander Leo wasn't one of those hot-blooded youngsters. Not only was he the commander of the Griffin Knights, he was also an experienced knight. He wouldn't let anger control his brain so easily. Since he dared to challenge her to a duel, it meant that he had a very high chance of winning. "Who do you think will win?" Andre held his chin and asked with great interest. Necromancer Mant stared with his two dead fish-like eyes and looked between the two, quickly replying, "I think it should be Eunice. After all, this is an aerial battle. Those with the ability to fly are in an invincible position from the start. Unless those griffins return to normal, the knight's chances of winning are almost zero." "Hee, my point of view is the exact opposite of yours. How about we make a bet?" Andre smiled as he made an invitation. "What do you want to bet? You should know that I don't have anything valuable on me right now." After saying this, Mant spread out his hands, indicating that he didn't have a single magic item on him apart from the ring he had just worn. Perhaps this was normal for other professions, but for a fifth-rank necromancer, this was simply destitute. No. To be exact, not even dregs could be found. Noticing the cunning look in his subordinate's eyes, Andre laughed and clapped. "Ha ha ha ha. Excellent acting skills, Mant. You almost had me fooled. Well, since you said you don't have anything valuable, then let's bet on work. If you lose, you'll have to complete a research project for me. If I lose, I'll give you 2 level 3 Arcana scrolls. What do you think?" The necromancer bowed with one hand on his chest and praised in an exaggerated tone, "Thank you for your generosity, master. I accept this bet. However, since you were certain that Eunice would lose, why did you allow her to fool around like this? You have to know that a duel is not a small matter. If you don't handle it well, you might lose your life. You don't understand. Due to the chaotic and evil nature of her bloodline, Eunice has always been unable to control her desires. I hope that through this defeat, she will fully understand what a true powerhouse is like. I hope that she will be able to restrain her actions in the future and stop her unscrupulous bloodlust and slaughter." Andre had never been a person who liked to kill the innocent, and he didn't like his subordinates to be overly bloodthirsty. Every person he killed had a very clear purpose. It was either for revenge, politics, or to send some kind of message. However, Eunice was obviously not like that. She killed for entertainment, to taste the weakness, fear, madness, and other negative emotions of her enemies before they died. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Mant knew very well how dangerous the half-demon who reeked of blood was. He nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I have to admit that what you said makes sense. However, isn't it too hasty to let her participate in such a dangerous duel? What if she dies? What if she becomes disabled? What if she gets seriously injured? Don't worry, she has a powerful magical weapon in her hand. She can replenish herself by devouring the life force of others. As long as she still has a breath, she won't die." After saying that, Andre waved his hand and signaled the necromancer to stop talking because the duel in the air had already begun. Commander Leo urged the griffin under him to pounce towards Eunice. Due to the influence of the smoke, the griffin couldn't fly in a straight line at all. It could only shake its tail desperately in an attempt to maintain its balance. However, anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that it was in an extremely bad condition. It couldn't control its own body at all. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, the main effect of the strange colored smoke was to interfere with the normal operation of the corpus callosum, forcing the left and right halves of the brain to be unable to unify. After Mant's modification, whether it was the range of effect or the power produced, it was several times stronger than the original version. If it wasn't for the strong vitality of the griffin itself and its resistance to magic potions, it would have been lying on the ground and unable to fly. Looking at her opponent's erratic flight, a mocking expression appeared on Eunice's face. She flapped her wings and flew towards her opponent. Neither of them spoke superfluous words. They directly swung their weapons and collided with each other. In an instant, dazzling sparks burst out. Relying on the weight advantage of the griffin, Commander Leo won the first round. He fiercely knocked Eunice away. However, this advantage was almost negligible because Eunice had a pair of wings behind her back. After tumbling twice in the air, she quickly stabilized her body and stared at her opponent with great vigilance. From the moment of the collision just now, she could feel that the sword in her hand was almost knocked away. In other words, her opponent's strength was much greater than hers. After gaining the upper hand, Leo didn't take the opportunity to give chase. Instead, he let the griffin stay in the air and slowly recover his strength. Without a doubt, this was a very smart choice. Due to the fact that the griffin couldn't control its body, every time it accelerated, it would consume more energy than usual. Although continuous attacks could gain a certain advantage, if he failed to defeat his opponent, he would be the one to lose. Every outstanding knight was an out-and-out tactical expert. They would rationally allocate their energy, size up the situation, and make the most suitable judgment for the current situation. Facing an opponent with superb martial arts and a calm and rational mind, Eunice immediately exposed her serious shortcomings. Her reckless personality wasn't good at dealing with enemies who were proficient in tactics. Chapter 925. Humph. She only knows how to rely on her demonic bloodline and magical weapons to do whatever she wants. I really don't understand why Master allows her to do as she pleases. Yvette pursed her lips, her tone full of contempt and disdain. As a dark guardian, she hated people who did things without thinking. They were completely driven by their instincts and desires. In her eyes, order was the source of all power. It was the embodiment of the ultimate law of the world. It was a belief that was above evil. Anyone who did not abide by order would only end up in failure. Wild elf Adeline, who was also a member of the evil faction, smiled and teased. Perhaps our master needs a crazier dog. That way, he can make his enemies feel fear. After all, normal people are afraid of being bitten by a mad dog. What do you think? Mad dog? I like that description. She is indeed like a mad dog. She can't see the difference between her and her opponent. Yvette was obviously happy that someone had the same opinion as her. She turned around and gave the other party a look of approval. Just like the Saint Samurai, the Dark Guardians were also a special class full of charm. They could incite those who were originally good or neutral through words, actions, and actions. If they joined the army of evil, they could even use tricks such as lies, bluffs, and threats to make those who were not mentally strong enough to surrender. They were the ideal commanders of the evil army. They were the executioners who suppressed rebellions against tyranny. They were also the powerful executioners of all kinds of schemes and plot. They were welcomed by evil rulers wherever they went. Even though André had not entrusted Yvette with any important tasks, she had vaguely become the leader of the evil faction with her charm alone. Ranger Adeline and Bard Yvonne followed her lead. However, Eunice was obviously not interested in this, so she was naturally excluded from this small group of evil faction members. After all, in any group or organization, there would inevitably be close relatives. Those who had similar thoughts and actions would attract each other, and those who were opposite would repel each other. Among Andre's many followers, the good faction, the neutral faction, and the evil faction were all centered around one person, forming three distinct small groups. Eunice was the only one who was excluded at the same time. That was why no one was willing to lend her a helping hand, no matter how miserable she was. It had to be said that this was a terrifying kind of isolation, and at the same time, it was a failure and sorrow of being a person. Great leader Leo keenly noticed this and commanded the griffin to knock Eunice away. He sneered and mocked, "Demon, it seems that your companion doesn't care about your life or death, right?" "Bah!" Eunice spat out a mouthful of blood, her face filled with madness as she roared, "So what? In this world, the strong were destined to be respected. As long as I can kill you, I am still Master's most capable helper, no matter how dissatisfied they were. If you don't like me anymore, you have to be patient, Master." Leo glanced warily at Andre, who was sitting on the deck. He rested his chin on one hand and stared at the sky with a playful gaze. There was no sign of nervousness or worry on his face. It was as if he was not worried that his subordinate would fail. Eunice saw the flash of fear in the leader's eyes. Without another word, Eunice flapped her wings and pounced towards her opponent. With lightning speed, she dodged the sharp claws and stabbed her sword into the griffin's abdomen. Screech! The unbearable pain immediately caused this huge creature to cry out like an eagle. The king's blood sword extracted a large amount of life force from its body in just a few seconds. Eunice, who was originally riddled with wounds, became spirited in the blink of an eye. The wounds on her body quickly healed, and a large amount of her strength was also recovered. Not good. Noticing that his mount was constantly trembling and swaying, Leo immediately realized what had happened. He hurriedly took out the amulet on his neck and loudly shouted, "Great God of protection, please heal my partner." Instantly, a golden radiance emitted from the holy emblem at the end of the pendant, quickly wrapping around the injured griffin. Not long after, the wound on its chest that was constantly spurting blood gradually closed. It was obvious that it had been healed by some kind of divine technique. However, healing did not mean that the griffin was fine. Due to the large amount of blood loss and the imbalance between the left and right sides of its brain, this adult male griffin was still constantly descending. It looked very weak and did not have enough strength to carry a fully armed knight that weighed over 240 kilograms to continue flying. In desperation, the great commander could only use his sword to remove the belt and take off the heavy armor. Although this effectively reduced the burden on the griffin, it was equivalent to giving up its defense. It must be known that although the inner chain armor could effectively block slashes, it was useless against piercing damage. After a successful attack, Eunice greedily licked the hot blood on her lip. She raised the slaughter sword that was emitting a strange red light and shouted, "Next time, I will chop off your head." Leo did not pay attention to his opponent's clamor. He gently stroked the blade and prayed with a voice that only he could hear. "You are the last ray of light before the darkness shrouds, you are the guardian of the city of hope, you protect the weak, the poor, the injured, the young, you teach us to understand the greatness of sacrifice, you are the God of protection, you are the guard that is always vigilant. I am willing to offer everything I have to you. Please give me the strength to defeat the evil in front of me." Accompanied by a solemn expression, the great commander emitted an incomparably holy radiance that was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Right after he finished his last sentence, he shouted the holy name of the God of Guardians and leaped up, pouncing on his opponent. Caught off guard, Eunice did not have time to dodge. She could only watch as the long sword emitting a holy white light pierced her lower abdomen, followed by a piercing pain that engulfed her entire body. "Ah!" she screamed as she frantically slashed at the great commander with the sword of royal blood. However, for some reason, all of her attacks were blocked by the white light. The two of them tumbled and quickly fell from the sky. Right below them was the position of Andre's seat. It was clear that the great commander Leo was prepared to sacrifice himself. Not only did he want to kill Eunice, he also wanted to get rid of Andrei as well, so as to protect Bakarov City from the invasion of foreign enemies. Staring at the two people who were getting closer and closer to him, Andrei stood up and sighed slightly. He muttered softly, "Is this the power of self-sacrifice? It can actually resonate with a god. Interesting." Chapter 928. War meant destruction, slaughter, and destruction. No one was willing to fight a war with a failure rate of more than 90% in front of their own home, let alone watch a bustling port city burn to the ground. Thus, negotiations became the only option. Perhaps due to the influence of the feudal system, the nobles of Oreir generally regarded war as a continuation of diplomacy. Thus, once the situation was unfavorable to them, they would immediately request for negotiations in an attempt to reduce their losses and ensure that the rear would not be ravaged by the flames of war. Soon, under the leadership of Grand Commander Niamiadina, a diplomatic mission led by General Zak rode on a small boat. They raised Baichi high and sailed towards the huge body of the Eye of Arcane. In order to avoid large-scale panic and riots, the upper-class nobles and mages worked together to conceal the fact that the enemy might be the fire elemental prince, the chosen of Aesop Desser. There was no other way. The name of the Flaming Duke was too terrifying. It was like a sharp sword hanging over everyone's head. If news of the Flaming Duke being in the enemy's army spread, the entire Bakarov city would immediately be thrown into an uncontrollable riot. The furious residents and soldiers would first kill all the nobles, and then use their heads in exchange for the forgiveness of the Flaming Duke. After all, this was not the first time such a thing had happened in the southern region. Thus, General Zak only hoped to prevent such a thing from happening again, even if it meant surrendering to the enemy. As the sky was not completely dark yet, the lookouts on the mast quickly discovered the diplomatic mission holding Baichi and loudly reported it to the fleet. In an instant, the crew, who were already in high morale, burst into loud cheers. When the enemy was at the city's gates, sending out a messenger first meant that they were admitting defeat. It also meant that they did not have the confidence to defend the city. At the thought of being able to plunder an incomparably rich port city, everyone could not help but tremble with excitement. How rich would a port second only to Lincoln City be? Take Lincoln City for example. It had a permanent population of 100,000. Take note. This population of 100,000 did not include passing merchants, nor did it include farmers from the surrounding areas who entered the city to sell vegetables and fruits. It did not even include adventurers, mercenaries, or slaves. It was just the number of nobles and ordinary citizens. Based on the GDP of 1 silver coin per person per day, it was close to 10,000 gold coins per day. 365 days in a year, that was 3.6 million gold coins. After hundreds of years of accumulation, almost every noble family had a wealth worth more than 1 million gold coins. The entire city's wealth was estimated to be around 30 to 50 million gold coins. As long as they could grab a vote, not to mention the rest of their lives, even their sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons would not have to worry about money for a few generations. Andrei smirked as he sensed the excitement from the bottom of their souls. "Mant, bring the messengers here. I really hope they can find a reason to convince me. Otherwise, tonight's fireworks will be very beautiful." "Hee, my evil master, you're too evil. I don't think there's anyone in this world who can shake your will." Mant bowed slightly and walked towards the side of the ship. He ordered a few sailors to lower the rope ladder. After a short while, the 6 messengers were pulled onto the deck and greeted. Although there was an almost irreconcilable hatred between them, both sides did not show any disrespect. A mage who followed along even chatted with Mant about magic. There was nothing unusual about it. In fact, the so-called hatred, honor, and ideology of the city were all the result of the ruler's propaganda to protect his own interests. There was no lack of communication between the upper echelons of the city. Some were even related by marriage for generations. Therefore, although many things seemed to be at loggerheads on the surface, it was actually just to divert the internal conflict. It made the people feel that there was something more terrifying that was threatening them, so they would ignore the fact that they were severely exploited and oppressed. Just like the famous 18th-century French thinker, philosopher, and educator Rousseau said, patriotism was the last refuge of political hooligans. After a few simple words, the entire group of messengers was brought in front of André. As the leader, General Zack hurriedly took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully. Following that, he presented a scroll wrapped in exquisite silk with both hands. "It is an honor to meet you in person, Honorable Flaming Duke. This is a letter from Commander Neemiadina. Please forgive us for the wrong choice we made earlier." "Forgive?" André sneered as he received the scroll. He opened it and glanced at the content. He quickly extended a finger, and in an instant, scorching flames shot out and burned the scroll to ashes. "Unfortunately, these flowery words and seemingly humble words can't make me feel better. Similarly, they can't make up for my loss." Zack was not angered by this obviously provocative action. Instead, he bowed in fear and trepidation and waved his hand lightly, indicating for a servant to bring up a wooden box. "Sir, I know that a verbal apology won't be able to quench your anger, so I specially brought a small gift. Please give us a chance to talk." Having said that, he raised his hand and opened the box. A dazzling blue radiance was immediately released from within. There were at least 200 high-quality water sapphires lying in the box. Every one of them was the purest light blue, without a trace of impurities. They were like fairies of the sea, releasing faint magical waves. Without a doubt, these water attribute gems were the size of quail eggs. They were most suitable for making magical weapons, armor, and staffs. After complicated enchantment, they could give weapons the attribute of cold damage. At the same time, they could greatly increase the fire resistance of armors. They could even be used to make powerful magical items, such as frost staffs. According to André's estimation, even the smallest one would be worth more than 5,000 gold coins. This meant that Bakarov City had taken out millions of gold coins just to open the door for negotiations. It had to be said that this was definitely a shocking amount of money. Their goal was undoubtedly to completely knock him out with money. André had never rejected anything that came to him for free. He smiled playfully and nodded. "All right, seeing that you're sincere, I'm willing to listen to your so-called explanation. But remember, you only have 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, I will launch the first round of attacks on the port. At that time, no matter what you say, it will be useless. I believe that with your intelligence, you should understand what I mean, right?" Chapter 929. "Of course, Your Excellency, I understand your meaning very well." General Zack bowed humbly. When he ignited the scroll with his finger, he was certain that the young man in front of him was the Prince of Fire, the chosen of Asser Desser, the famous Flaming Duke. Therefore, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with showing weakness. After all, as the representative of a powerful otherworldly creature, the Flaming Duke's position was no worse than the ruler of any kingdom. In fact, it was even slightly higher. What's more, the Duke of Raging Flame had terrifying strength, a special constitution that was very hard to kill, and the ability to destroy all obstacles in front of him. Therefore, General Zack put himself in the position of the weak from the beginning, trying to avoid language conflicts as much as possible. However, André was never the kind of idiot who would forget himself after hearing a few beautiful words. He directly took out a small hourglass from his pocket and put it on the table, then said, "Do you see this hourglass? When all the sand falls from one end to the other, the fleet will begin to attack the port. I sincerely suggest that if you have any conditions, you better say it quickly, or else it will be too late." Glancing at the rapidly falling sand, General Zack's pupils suddenly shrank. He hurriedly took a deep breath and said with an incomparably serious tone, "Honorable Flaming Duke, I only have one condition, and that is to ask you not to destroy our city. For this, we are willing to pay any price." "Price? Ha 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 ha!" André suddenly burst into laughter. Then, he stretched out a finger and shook it gently. He asked, "Are you sure you know the meaning of the price?" "Of course. No matter what you want, we will do our best to fulfill your wish." In order to increase his persuasiveness, General Zack deliberately emphasized the word, "do our best." He was eager to show that the entire ruling class of Bacaro City was willing to settle this matter peacefully. However, André obviously didn't want peace. He coldly smiled and shook his head. "No, no, no, it seems that you don't understand the meaning of the word price. In my eyes, the word price means blood. It symbolizes hatred and revenge, do you understand?" After hearing this, General Zack's face changed greatly. He subconsciously clenched his fists and suppressed his anger and fear. He asked in a low voice, "Then what do you want? Are we really going to raze the entire city to the ground?" "Haha, razing the city to the ground is not the right word. In fact, I plan to use fire to ignite it. Think about it. Setting a city on fire in the dark night, and the fire will illuminate the entire sky. Is there anything more exciting and spectacular than this in the world?" As he spoke, André stood up from his chair, his entire body releasing an extremely dangerous aura. Even Mant, the necromancer, quickly took a few steps back. He could feel that his master was on the verge of exploding, and could be ignited at any moment like the gunpowder in the wooden barrel. Although General Zack had seen many big scenes before, he was still shocked by the almost crazy words and momentum. He was speechless for a long time. Just as he recovered and was about to open his mouth to say something, André suddenly glanced at the hourglass. A cruel smile appeared on his face. "Unfortunately, time's up. You can't convince me." As soon as he finished speaking, André directly turned to Bartholomew and ordered, "My dear Vice-Captain, order the ship to start firing." "Yes, sir." The old captain bowed with one hand on his chest and immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Gunners in position! Start firing! Gunners in position! Start firing! Gunners in position! Start firing!" Accompanied by the excited roars of the sailors, all the cannons were loaded in just a few minutes. The next second, boom, 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 boom. Countless cannons ejected fatal bullets, directly plowing all the buildings near the port. Under the impact of the huge kinetic energy, the wooden warehouses, houses, planks, and docks were all full of holes under the 2 rounds of bombardment. Some of them were ignited by the hot cannonballs, causing a fire. As everyone knew, due to the limitations of production, most of the houses in Oraire were wooden structures. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the fire began to spread from the port to the city. Before the bombardment ended, 1/5 of the city was covered in bright flames. Countless residents poured into the street. Through the binoculars, one could see their panicked expressions and hear their cries and shouts. You're crazy! You're a madman! Do you know what you're doing?" Looking at the miserable scene in front of him, General Zack roared crazily with bloodshot eyes. He couldn't believe that the other party didn't even have the slightest intention of negotiating and directly launched an attack without hesitation. André returned to his seat and replied casually, "Of course I know what I'm doing, and I also know the consequences. Remember, I'm the Flaming Duke, the symbol of destruction. Anyone who angers me must pay the price. Since you dared to ally with my enemy, you should be prepared to bear my wrath. I don't like to be surrounded by endless flies, so I need to act as a reference for others. Baccarov City happens to be this target. I believe that after this port city, second only to Lincoln City, completely disappears from the map, no one will dare to go against me for a long time. They won't casually test my bottom line." You're doing such a crazy thing. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by all the cities and nobles in the south? General Zach's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Half of it was due to anger. After all, anyone with dignity couldn't remain indifferent to the contempt in these words. The other half was due to fear, because he couldn't find a way to save Bakarov City. The real Flaming Duke hadn't even personally made a move. Just these mysterious weapons that were constantly making loud noises were enough to plunge Bakarov City into panic and despair. It wouldn't be long before the city's order completely collapsed. He didn't dare imagine what the city would be like if the young man in front of him personally made a move. It might be as described in the Bard stories, with everything within tens of kilometers burnt to ashes. Chapter 930. The deafening bombardment lasted for half an hour, until every cannon began to turn red and hot. Only then did the gunners stop reluctantly. When the bombardment stopped, everyone was surprised to find that all the buildings within the range of the cannons were gone, leaving only ruins. Many soldiers and dockworkers who did not manage to escape in time were killed by the terrifying bombardment. All kinds of broken limbs were piled up in the street. A large number of women and children wandered the streets, crying. It was a doomsday-like scene. Only the ships docked near the docks were spared. Because the sailors had long regarded these ships as their own spoils of war, they were not willing to indiscriminately bombard them. They even planned to take away all the ships of the enemy and use them to store the people and treasures they had plundered. Looking at the fireworks in the harbor, Andrei felt that the power of the Prince of Fire Elements, Isoldezer, in his body was rapidly expanding. In just half an hour it had doubled in size. The special title of Isoldezer's, Chosen, had also been upgraded from Level 1 to Level 2. In addition to the special abilities of Flame Control, Immunity to Fire Damage, Flame Regeneration, Long Life, Raging Flame Eruption, Extraordinary Life, Flame Flight, and Control of Fire Elements, there was also the addition of Flame Shaping. As the name implied, it was the ability to transform flames into any known form. It could even consciously control the direction of the flames. For example, it could burn a person's clothes without harming the person. Although flame shaping did not sound very powerful, one would immediately realize how terrifying it was when one thought about it carefully, especially for spellcasters. Because it could adapt to local conditions, it could make certain fire spells with fixed shapes kill more enemies. To give the simplest example, there was a level 1 arcane spell called Burning Hand, which spouted flames from the palm of the hand to burn all enemies in a fan-shaped area in front of it. However, due to the limitation of its energy level, its effective range was only about 1.5 meters. However, if flame shaping was used, it could narrow the shooting range and increase the shooting distance. If used in a narrow passage, it could often produce unexpected effects. Similarly, Fireball, Flame Breath, Flame Shield, and so on could produce similar effects. As for the specific power, it depended on the user's imagination and creativity. It was clear that the Fire Elemental Prince, Aesir Desir, was very satisfied with the destructive nature of his Chosen, so he generously bestowed him with new power. This was both affirmation and encouragement. It encouraged Andrei to continue attacking Bakarov City, making the entire material world tremble under his might and making the mortals crawl at the feet of the Lord of the Raging Flames in reverence. But it was a pity that Andrei wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. After feeling the changes in his body, he did not immediately give the order to launch the second round of bombardment. Instead, he turned his head and said to General Zach, who had fallen into a daze, "Dear Mr. Messenger, I believe that you now have a general understanding of the strength and determination that I have grasped. Now, help me pass a message to your commander. Tell him that if he wants to keep Bakarov City from becoming history, he'll have to agree to a few conditions. First, I want half the population, wealth, and goods of this city. Second, I want to take away all your shipbuilders and destroy half of the city near the port. From then on, Bakarov City will no longer have a navy or shipbuilding ability. All your maritime transport and trade will be taken over by another organization. Lastly, and most importantly, give up on cooperating with Loretta Botons and become my vassal. Remember, this isn't a negotiation, but an ultimatum. I'll give you an hour to consider. If you don't give me an answer in an hour, I'll personally take action and turn this city into history. Please don't doubt my determination and ability, and don't use those boring tricks of the nobles on me. Understood? Understood. General Zack had a bitter expression as he answered. He had already lost the courage of a soldier, only fear and reverence left in his head. After all, any normal person would be afraid of a lunatic who didn't play by the rules, especially one who possessed incomparable power. Soon, the members of the diplomatic group took a small boat and quickly sailed towards the burning city. It didn't take long for them to explain Andre's conditions in front of the nobles. Silence. Terrifying silence. There was no clamor, as General Zack had expected. There were no arrogant youths who rushed out and shouted that they would take the enemy down with them. In fact, those who were qualified to participate in this meeting that would decide the fate of Bakarov City were all old foxes of power. What they cared about was profit and the survival of their families. They wouldn't lose their minds over a little verbal contempt. After a long time, the weakened Grand Marshal Niamiadina sighed and asked, "Let's hear it. What should we do? Should we agree to their conditions or take a gamble?" Grand Marshal, before I express my opinion, I'd like to know if the Magi and Knights have a way to stop the Flaming Duke. If there is, then we can take a gamble. If there isn't, then this discussion is meaningless. An old man who looked to be in his early 70s stood up and said. Although he couldn't stand properly, his cloudy eyes still gave off an oppressive aura. Niamiadina didn't immediately answer the question. Instead, he looked at the Magi in gray robes. He was not the only one. Everyone present also had expectant looks on their faces, pinning all their hopes on the mysterious magic. However, it was a pity that the mage representative dashed their hopes the moment he opened his mouth. He hesitated for a few seconds and then shook his head with a serious expression. "I'm sorry. According to the books, as long as there is fire, the Duke of Flame can never be killed. No matter if it's a physical attack or a magic attack, it will be healed by the raging fire. 1/5 of the city is now engulfed in flames. Unless the flames are extinguished in an instant, killing the Flaming Duke is an impossible task. In fact, according to historical records, the Flaming Duke has never been killed by mortals. Most of their deaths occurred in the dangerous lower realms, so I don't think it's wise to fight them head-on. I'm sorry, but we Magi can't do anything about it. The most we can do is to teleport you to a safe place in times of danger." Chapter 931. The mage representative's words completely extinguished the noble's last shred of hope. Now they were faced with a cruel reality. They could either endure the humiliation and loss, letting the enemy take away the wealth and population that Bakaro City had accumulated over hundreds of years, and become a second-rate city that would never be able to build a ship. Or they could muster all their strength to cause trouble for the enemy, and the price would be that the entire city would be reduced to ruins. Without a doubt, this was an extremely difficult choice. No matter which option they chose, they would lose the ocean of wealth, the trust of the people, and the foundation of their rule. Commander Niamiadina glanced at the silent nobles, instantly realizing that none of them wanted to be the scapegoat. However, as the supreme leader in name, he could not remain silent like the others. Helpless, he coughed twice and said in a weak voice, "Everyone, the other party only gave us an hour to consider, so I don't think now is the time to push the blame onto each other. Since no one is willing to take the initiative to express their opinions, let us decide the fate of Bakaro City through an anonymous vote." "I agree." The old man who had asked the mage representative was the first to step forward and agree. Seconded. "Agreed. Let's vote." With someone taking the lead, the rest of the nobles followed suit. In fact, they did not have the courage to make an enemy out of the famous Flaming Duke, and were already prepared to surrender. After all, while handing over half of the city's wealth and population was a huge loss, André did not explicitly state where the wealth and population came from. This meant that there was a possibility of micromanipulation. For example, forcing half of the city's population to be sent to the docks, and then looting their family's wealth. This way, they could satisfy the other party's demands without hurting themselves. At most, each family would share the remaining portion. After all, as long as they could survive this crisis, they would be able to make a comeback in the future. As for the lives of the commoners, they did not care. There was nothing else in this era, but the number of people who wanted to move into the city was like the hairs on a cow. The loss of population could be quickly made up for in the surrounding villages. This was especially true for young people who yearned for life in a big city. They never considered whether they really had the ability to live in a city. In the end, without exception, they either became coolies or became lifeless corpses in a fight. The voting process in Bakarov City was different from that in Linton City. Those who were qualified to enter the council here had to be of a certain level of status, wealth, and family power. There were no more than 25 people in total. In just a few minutes, Niamiadina received the results of the vote. Unsurprisingly, everyone voted in favor, just as he had expected. Looking at the expectant gazes, Nehemiah's face flashed with a hint of disappointment. He turned to General Zack and said, "My friend, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Please inform the Flaming Duke of our decision. Half of the city's wealth and population, as well as all the ships and shipbuilders, will renounce our alliance with the Loretta Botons and become his vassals. None of this is a problem. We can even allow him to destroy half of the city near the port. However, there is one condition. He must ensure that the rest of the city will not be attacked in any way." "Understood. I swear that no matter what, I will ensure the survival of Bakarov City," Zack said as he patted his chest, a resolute look in his eyes. As a soldier of noble birth, he had long been prepared to die in battle. Now, he believed that the time had come. "Then I'll leave everything to you. After you leave, we'll start counting the population and wealth to ensure that we don't give the enemy any excuse to start a war. I'll also contact the church in the city to have them bear witness. After all, even the Flaming Duke will have some scruples when facing the Church of the Gods." There was a saying that true leaders would never pin their hopes on one thing or one person. They would always reserve at least two sets of solutions to a problem. Although most of the solutions were useless against André, Nehemiah decided to drag the church into the water. At the very least, he wanted them to remain neutral and lean towards him. Bearing the hopes of countless people, General Zack once again set out with his delegation. However, as soon as he stepped out of the meeting room, he was blocked by a young man. "Sir General, are you going to kneel and surrender to the enemy?" The young man's eyes were bloodshot. "Clive Crom, you're no longer a part of Bakaro City, so get out of my way, or I'll order the soldiers to expel you." Zack clearly knew who he was. He frowned and scolded him. If it was someone he didn't know, he would have ordered the guards to attack without giving the young man a chance to speak. As the saying went, severe punishment is needed in troubled times. The city was in chaos, with all sorts of ruffians, thugs, and ambitious people popping out of nowhere, robbing and raping women everywhere. There were even some brave fellows who started to organize an attack on the residences of the nobles. Everyone was especially nervous. Their first reaction when they encountered a stranger was not to subdue them as usual, but to directly stab them with sharp weapons. The young man didn't seem to appreciate it. He clenched his fists and roared, "Looks like I was right. You spineless cowards actually chose to surrender? Where's the honor of nobles? Where's the courage of knights?" Zack, who was being reprimanded by the young man, suddenly looked much older. He didn't try to defend himself or anyone else. Instead, he silently endured the young man's insult. "You're still young. You think there are many things in this world that are more important than life. But let me tell you, there's nothing more precious than life. Do you know who the master of the fleet outside is? He's the Flaming Duke. He's the symbol of destruction. We can't defeat him, let alone kill him. For the sake of everyone in this city, we have to surrender. In a few months, you'll be going to the Elven Island to participate in the reincarnation ceremony. You'll be joining the noble house of Sapphire Flower, so don't play with your life." Chapter 932. Clive Crom was undoubtedly a proud young man, but that didn't mean he was stupid. On the contrary, having received an elite education since young, he understood the important role of submission and compromise in political struggles. However, as a member of the Griffin Knights, he couldn't accept the death of the great leader and all the official members, nor could he accept that the nobles were disbanding the knights. Without the guidance of the adult griffins, the remaining hatchlings would find it difficult to learn how to fly, hunt, and cooperate with the knights. It would take decades or even centuries for them to become a fighting force. It was clear that with Bakarov City's current terrible situation, there was no time to rebuild an elite army that couldn't participate in battle. It was these repeated blows that made Clive Crom lose his rationality, and he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction through cursing. However, seeing Zack's ashen face, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the right to be angry at anyone. He froze on the spot, not knowing what to say. Just as the two were silently staring at each other, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. She wore a white dress that symbolized purity, and with her silver hair and delicate facial features, she instantly gave off an indescribable beauty. "Miss Rowling? Why are you here?" Clive hurried to greet her, asking nervously. The girl patted her chest lightly, trying to steady her breathing before answering. "I saw you angrily run out and was a bit worried, so I followed you." Clive's face immediately reddened and he explained awkwardly, "I'm very sorry to have made you worry. I heard that a fleet killed all the official members of the Griffin Knights, and they're still attacking the docks. I couldn't help it, so... So you came to make a scene at the council? Who gave you such authority? And who made you think you have the right to do so?" Before he could finish his sentence, Rowling glared at him and questioned him. It was clear that this young lady with elven blood was angry, and her fair face was covered in frost in a few seconds. "I'm sorry, I really don't want the Griffin Knights to be disbanded, and I don't want to see my hometown fall under the feet of the enemy." Clive's eyes began to redden as he spoke, looking very agitated. General Zack sighed softly and said to the angry half-elf girl, "Miss Rowling, it's all right. I can understand his impulsiveness. After all, the hot-bloodedness of the youth is the backbone of this city. As long as they have the strength to curse at us, it means that Bakarov City is beyond redemption. Perhaps one day when no one curses at us anymore, this city will truly be finished. Your wisdom and tolerance is admirable. Please allow me to express my sincerest apologies." Rowling's ants. "If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Right now, the city is very chaotic, so it's best that you don't walk around casually. Otherwise, if you encounter a large number of mobs, who knows what they will do." General Zaxxxxxxxx. "But before he is please wait a moment. If you don't mind, can you take us with you?" "Take you with me?" Zack stopped in his tracks, a puzzled expression on his face. "Why? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the person I'm about to meet is the infamous Flaming Duke. He's not a normal person, he's a complete destroyer and madman. No, Sir General, my point of view is the exact opposite. Not only is he not a madman, he's also very intelligent and rational. Think about it, would a madman choose to meet an envoy? Would he choose to reopen negotiations after the first round of attacks achieved extraordinary results? In fact, all of this was his plan from the start. Even if I don't know the reason, I can see that he doesn't want to kill too many people, so you haven't lost all your bargaining chip. As long as you're willing to take me with you, I can help this city obtain some favorable conditions. Rowling glanced at Clive, who was secretly wiping his tears out of the corner of her eye. On one hand, she didn't want her guardian knight to have any regrets, and on the other hand, she didn't want to lose Bakarov City, a human city that was naturally close to the elves. After all, the famous Griffin Knights had been established with the help of the Elven Royal Palace hundreds of years ago. Every once in a while, the elves would even transport some rare goods such as sugar, spices, and so on to maintain the friendship between the two parties. As a veteran general, Zack wasn't stupid at all. After hearing this analysis, he immediately realized what a huge mistake he'd made. Without any hesitation, he bowed to the half-elf. "Miss Rowling, thank you very much for your reminder. I now formally invite you to join the envoy group and become the representative of the negotiations. We don't have extravagant hopes that you'll be able to obtain good conditions. We only hope that the other party can fulfill their promise and allow Bakarov City to avoid this calamity." Rowling smiled and nodded. "Of course, General. This is my goal as well. May our friendship last for a long time." Saying this, she extended her slender arm. May our friendship last forever. As this proverb passed down among the elves, General Zack also reached out his right arm to hold her small hand. As everyone knew, elves were a race with a very long lifespan, with a lifespan of 600 to 800 years. Some exceptional cases could even live up to 1,000 years. In their view, friendship was the product of time. It took decades and centuries to establish a relationship of trust. Thus, as the envoy of the Elven court, Rowling hoped to preserve Bakarov City, the only foothold in the southern seas. Similarly, General Zack also hoped to increase the pressure on Andre through her special identity as an Elven girl, so as to better ensure the safety of the city. After all, the elves had already established several glorious ancient empires before the humans had even walked out of the caves and established their civilization. Especially their unique magic skills. Even today, when magic was extremely declining, they still had the ability to easily destroy one or two human kingdoms. Just like this, 2 more members joined the envoy group. Under the escort of the guards, they rowed a small boat towards the Eye of Arcane docked in the bay. Not long after, they once again boarded the deck and were received by Andre. Chapter 933. Please tell me, what's your answer? Andre didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He'd already given the other party enough time to consider, so he had to get a definite answer. Otherwise, he'd be seen as weak and easily bullied. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the victors didn't need to show any mercy to the losers. In some places where the people were valiant, massacres were commonplace, not to mention that he'd only destroyed half of Bakarov City. General Zack took a deep breath and replied with certainty, "Our answer is that we accept your conditions, but the lady behind me will be responsible for discussing the details with you." "Lady?" Andre frowned subconsciously and looked behind him, immediately noticing the only female in the group. It couldn't be helped. Rowling's appearance was just too eye-catching. Whether it was her long silver hair or her pointy ears, it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary human. "It's you." Andre stood up in surprise. "Why are you among the envoys from Bakarov City?" Rowling took 2 steps forward with light and graceful steps and bowed. "Good evening, it's nice to meet you again. I'm also very surprised. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you have already become the great fire elemental prince, Aesop Desser's chosen in the material world. Can you tell me why you attacked Bakarov City and even threatened to destroy it?" Andre shrugged nonchalantly as he gazed at the beautiful half-elf. "Of course, but it's a long story. If you don't mind, you can sit down and we can talk over supper. After all, Bakarov City has already agreed to my conditions, so we have plenty of time." After saying that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The ship's cook quickly brought a chair and 2 trays. The trays were filled with fragrant snacks and drink. It's an honor to receive your invitation. It would be impolite of me to decline. Rowling politely bowed and sat on the chair with her knees bent. She picked up the cup and took a sip of the steaming mint tea. She looked extremely relaxed, and did not look like she was here to negotiate at all. As for Clive Crom, he followed closely behind and didn't hide the hatred on his face. He glared fiercely at Andrei as if he wanted to swallow him whole. With Andrei's current identity, status, and strength, he obviously didn't need to care about a mere trainee knight. Hence, he turned a blind eye to it. Even the magical equipment that he had taken from the Griffin Knights was still placed on the deck, and he had no intention of letting them be put away. After sitting down again, he took a sip of his drink to moisten his throat. He pointed at the warship docked at the harbor and said, "In fact, the reason why I want to take revenge on Bakarov City is because they joined forces with my enemy and attacked first. I almost lost my life in that ambush. If not for the Raging Flame God's approval, I might not have been able to sit here and drink tea with you. Just like the saying goes, behind every choice lies a consequence that must be borne. If I die, then there will be no consequence. But if I don't die, then they will have to pay a heavy price. When it comes to dealing with my enemies, I don't want to leave any future troubles behind. So, they can either submit to me obediently and become qualified vassals, or they will become history, just like all the cities that were destroyed by the Duke of Flame. You damned bandit! Scoundrel! Rogue! You were the one who attacked our merchant ship first." Before Rowling could speak, Clive Crom, whose brain had been dominated by anger, couldn't help but jump out and roar furiously. He, who had always had an excessive sense of justice, couldn't tolerate Andrei's rogue logic of only allowing him to attack and not allowing him to take the initiative to attack. "Ha ha ha ha! Do you know, dear Sir Knight, there is a saying in my hometown that the truth is only within the range of cannons. Cannons were the weapons used to attack the harbor just now. There is also another saying that history is written by the victors. So, whether you call me a bandit or a scoundrel, it doesn't matter. Because many years later, the historical records will only mention that the foolish ruler of Bakaro City angered the Flaming Duke and brought disaster and destruction to the entire city. As for the reason behind this, they don't care at all." Andrei laughed as he spoke of the so-called truth of history. Especially in this primitive and barbaric world, people usually only worshipped the strong. Those who occupied a larger space in history books were often not those wise kings, but those cruel conquerors and executioners. It couldn't be helped. The innate desire of humans drove them to desperately climb up and obtain more wealth, population, land, and women. But in order to obtain these, they had to snatch it from the hands of others. No matter how much human society evolved, this gene of plunder would never fade. At most, it would hide and wait for an appropriate time to completely erupt. Clive Crom was so angry that he couldn't speak. His whole body was trembling non-stop. One of his hands was already on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it out and start a duel at any time. But just as he was about to lose control, the silent Rowling suddenly reprimanded, "Clive, back down. If you don't want to cause trouble for your hometown, then apologize to me immediately. Hurry up and apologize. Clive, do you want to see this city burn in flames?" General Zack also anxiously reprimanded loudly. Looking at the young man's eyes that were mixed with anger and fear, Andrei smiled and waved his hand. "Forget it, no need. I forgive his rudeness. After all, integrity is also a good quality, although the way he expressed it was a bit stupid." Seeing that Andrei wasn't angry, General Zack instantly let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the other party would tear up the agreement in anger and brazenly attack the entire city. It must be known that in Oraire, there was no idea that a superior couldn't launch a retaliatory attack because of anger. On the contrary, since human civilization entered a feudal society, more than 90% of the wars escalated from small conflicts. For example, there was a king in the East who felt that he was humiliated at a banquet in another country. After returning, he didn't say anything and brought people to fight back. As a result, the childish war lasted for a full 30 years until his death. Since then, the two countries that were originally friendly neighbors became mortal enemies. Even now, small-scale conflicts often occurred. Chapter 934. Casually brushing aside the small unpleasantness created by Clive Crom, André shifted his attention back to the half-elf female sitting opposite him with a slightly playful gaze. After a long while, he smiled and said, "Miss Rowling, since you intend to negotiate with me on behalf of Bakarov City, shouldn't you reveal your identity?" Rowling smiled and took out an exquisite pendant made of dozens of sapphires from her snow-white chest. She took it off and gently placed it on the table. Then, she replied in an unhurried tone, "Of course. My full name is Rowling Amagir, the messenger of the Elven Court from the depths of the distant ocean." Amagir? The gemstone flower family with 12,000 years of glorious history? André glanced at the pendant on the table and raised his eyebrows in surprise. In many ancient books, Amagir, the gemstone flower family, was mentioned many times. This was because they had played an important role in the history of the elves, especially the 5 marriages with the royal family. Their influence on the elven court was unparalleled. They could be called the nobles of nobles. It couldn't be helped. Perhaps among the human nobles, a family with 1,000 years of history was considered to have a long history and was praised by countless scholars. However, to the elves who had a long lifespan, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 generations. It wasn't even worth mentioning. That's right, the gemstone flower family. My father is Alamir Amagir, the second highest male in the family. My mother is a noble from Cook Island. As you can see, I'm a half-elf. I grew up in the elven court and received a complete elven noble education. Now I'm walking in the human world as an emissary. Rowling seemed to be very proud of her elven identity. Her words always revealed a hint of pride, as if the other half of her human blood didn't exist at all. But this was to be expected. Ever since the ancient magic civilization was destroyed by the gods, the entire continent of humans was just like Earth, where Europe degenerated from the ancient Roman Empire to the Dark Middle Ages. Meanwhile, the elves in the distant seas were just like a huge empire that unified East Asia. In their eyes, all humans were considered uncivilized barbarians. In fact, not to mention the elven nobles from the gemstone flower family, even the wild elves who chose to stay on the continent generally had an inexplicable sense of superiority, even if their tribe's living conditions were worse than that of humans. After all, one was a long-lived race with a lifespan of hundreds of years, while the other was a short-lived race that could only live for a few decades. In terms of the nature of life, there was a huge gap between the two, so it wasn't strange for similar situations to occur. The only fortunate thing was that the elves had a civilization of tens of thousands of years. They were not like the rapidly expanding country bumpkins in the late Age of Discovery, who preached the idea of white supremacy everywhere and treated other people of color as inferior people or slaves. Most of the elves' sense of superiority was on a spiritual level. Although they were somewhat arrogant, they had never developed to the point of being disgusting. Of course, the dwarves were of course. For some reason, these short, coarse, and stubborn men who were as stubborn as rocks were naturally incompatible with the elves' personalities. Although it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death, once they met, they were bound to quarrel. In serious cases, it might even lead to a fight. Looking at the powerful magic attached to the gemstone pendant, André nodded thoughtfully. "Messenger, so you're saying that you're on a mission. Can you tell me what this mission is?" Although the elves had lost to the ancient magic civilization in the competition for the dominance of the continent, it didn't mean that they weren't powerful. On the contrary, their strength was beyond imagination. Just think about it. Even the members of a race who had just reached adulthood had lived for at least 100 years. How great would their knowledge and skills be? The problem of insufficient time and energy for humans didn't exist for the elves. These pointy-eared fellows could use their long lifespan to slowly learn all kinds of knowledge and skills. No matter how stupid or clumsy they were, they would gradually become wise under the precipitation of time. Their only weakness was that their growth cycle was too long. From birth to adulthood, it would take at least 100 to 150 years. If they lost a large number of people in war, it wouldn't be possible to make up for it in a short period of time. However, it was the opposite for humans. 150 years was enough for several generations to multiply, and it wouldn't be a problem for the population to swell 10 times. It was from the perspective of preserving their strength that the elves finally took the initiative to withdraw from the competition with the ancient magic civilization for the dominance of the continent, choosing to settle down on an island in the depths of the ocean. As a mage who had a deep understanding of the elven civilization, Andrei knew that the elves had never given up on infiltrating the continent. They had even attempted to support a puppet regime a long time ago, vainly attempting to become the ruler of the world once again. However, it was a pity that this plan was seen through by the human gods before it could be implemented, and they could only give up in the end. He was very curious as to what kind of unspeakable secret the messenger of the elven court had suddenly appeared in the south this time. Sensing the vigilance and suspicion in the other party's eyes, Rowling stroked her waterfall-like long hair and explained with a smile, "My mission is very simple. It is to select youths from the entire southern region above the age of 12 and below the age of 25, and invite them to participate in the elven coming-of-age ceremony that occurs once every 100 years. Andrei glanced at Clive Crom from the corner of his eye, subconsciously frowning. Coming-of-age ceremony? According to your tradition, aren't only elves allowed to participate? Since when can humans participate as well? It seems that you have a very deep understanding of elves. That's right, according to tradition, to participate in this ceremony, one must at least have elven blood. However, I didn't say that the youths who are invited would participate as humans." Rowling pretended to wink playfully as she spoke. "That's the theory." Andrei's face instantly revealed an expression of realization, and he muttered to himself, "Among the various transfiguration spells, there are many that can change a person's gender, bloodline, and even race. Therefore, when these youths arrive at their destination, they will quickly be transformed into elves by the power of magic, and naturally have the qualifications to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. Absorbing the elites of other races to make up for their lack of numbers, this is truly a genius idea. Your intelligence and wisdom are astonishing. I said before that I would give you an invitation, and now it's time to fulfill this promise." Rowling took the brightest and most dazzling gem from her sapphire pendant and gently placed it on Andrei's hand, her eyes revealing a trace of unconcealed expectation. Chapter 935. Invitation. Staring at the dazzling sapphire in his palm, an imperceptible sneer appeared on Andrei's face. He quickly shook his head firmly and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Rowling. I'm afraid I'll have to reject your kindness. I'm a human. I am, and I will be. I don't intend to abandon my race, nor do I intend to become an elf. As a transmigrator from the era of information explosion, he would not be like the natives of this world, who would be confused by the so-called elegant and noble identity and lifestyle of the elves. He could not tolerate their slow-paced attitude towards life. Of course, the most important thing was that he lived in the electronic era in his previous life where civilization and material were extremely advanced. He did not feel that there was anything in the elven civilization that was worthy of his attention. Perhaps they had top-notch skills in magic, but in terms of material and entertainment, they were not even as good as an ordinary earthling. Rowling's perception was very sharp. She instantly noticed the contempt in Andrei's words, and the smile quickly froze on her face. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that there would be a human on the continent who would disdain the invitation of the elves. She stood there awkwardly, unable to say a word for a long time. Not only her, but even General Zack's mouth was twitching slightly. Envy, jealousy, and hatred were all written in his eyes. It must be known that transforming oneself into an elf meant a lifespan of hundreds of years. Many human nobles dreamed of obtaining this, but now there was someone who regarded it as dung, as if accepting their invitation was an insult to himself. As for Clive Crom, who had always been prejudiced against Andre, he was so angry that his face was red and his body was trembling. He was on the verge of exploding, because he heard a strong sense of sarcasm in the words just now, as if whoever accepted the invitation of the elves was a betrayal to the human race. He, who had always valued honor more than his life, could not tolerate such an insult. If he had not been reprimanded not long ago, he would have drawn his sword and rushed up to fight with his life. In just a few seconds, a strange atmosphere enveloped the deck of the Eye of Arcane. Even the sailors could feel that something was wrong, and they cast vigilant glances at the envoy group. Seeing that the situation was developing in a bad direction, General Zack hurriedly coughed and said, "I think this topic should end here. Next, let's talk about the specific terms. You should know that the Council has ordered to start counting the population and the amount of wealth in the city. I believe it won't take long to give a satisfactory answer." "Not bad, this is a good start. I will send people to supervise the whole process. I hope you won't do anything behind the scenes. In addition, I want to take over all the ships in the harbor, whether they are merchant ships or warships." As the victor of the war, Andre put forward his request without hesitation. After all, the purpose of this voyage was to plunder wealth and population, so there was no need to hide anything. After all, Bakarov City had lost the ability to build ships, so there was no chance for them to rise again. No matter how angry they were or how unwilling they could only endure. "No problem, I can arrange it for you right away." General Zack agreed without hesitation. Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Andre nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. As long as you don't play any tricks, I can guarantee that only half of the city near the harbor will be destroyed. Remember, don't let me find out that you have any contact with Loretta Botons, or else." At this point, he deliberately paused and glanced sharply at Rowling, who was sitting on the chair. "Or else, I don't care who you invite to be the envoy. There will only be one result, and that is to disappear from the map forever. Do you understand?" Understood." Zack shivered subconsciously. At the same time, he was secretly surprised by the tough attitude of the other party. It was as if he didn't take the envoy of the Elven court seriously at all. Rowling, who had never felt such strong hostility, bit her lower lip. She raised her head and asked softly, "Your Excellency, do you have some prejudice against us elves? Why are you so unfriendly?" "Friendly? Ha 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 ha. No, I think you might have misunderstood." Andre laughed and waved his hand, a meaningful expression appearing on his face. "I don't have any prejudice against the elves themselves, but I am very disgusted by people interfering with my plans. If you're here to talk about an alliance or trade, then I'll welcome you with open arms. But if you want to interfere in the terms, then I'm sorry to say that you're my enemy. As for how I treat my enemies, I believe that Bakarov City is a good example, isn't it? Can I take that as a threat?" Rowling clearly didn't want to lose in terms of momentum, and she forced herself to remain calm. Andre shrugged with a smile. "If you think it is, then it is. If you think it isn't, then it isn't. It all depends on you, not me." Rowling immediately let out a sigh of relief when she heard those ambiguous words. A faint smile appeared on her face once more. "I'm not your enemy, and I don't want to interfere in the conflict between you and Bakarov City. I'm only here as a witness. The nobles in the city are afraid that you'll destroy the city after gaining benefits, so I'm here." "Oh? So that's how it is? It seems that there was a misunderstanding between us, but it's been cleared up now. To friendship, cheers." Andre raised his teacup and took a sip of mint tea. To friendship. Rowling also raised her teacup and took a small sip, her face full of annoyance. She realized that she'd been tricked by the other party's performance and inadvertently revealed her bottom line. Now, let alone negotiate, she'd even lost the initiative in the conversation. Under Andre's orders, Kent the Seawolf began to send people to take over the ships docked at the docks and harbor. At the same time, he ordered a few ships full of pirates to come ashore and head into the city under the guidance of the emissary. Their mission was to escort the people and wealth to the seaside and then ship them away. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Andre's tense nerves relaxed a little, and he chatted with the half-elves one after another. Just when he was feeling a little tired, Rowling suddenly opened her mouth and suggested, "Your Excellency, I sincerely invite you once again to participate in the elf coming-of-age ceremony. Although according to tradition, only those with elf blood can participate, but as the chosen of the Fire Elemental Prince, you still have this privilege." Chapter 936. Why must you invite me? Is it because of the Flaming Duke's identity, or something else? Don't find excuses to fool me. I'm not the idiot behind you who gets hot-blooded just because of a few words. After saying that, Andre put down the cup in his hand and glanced at Clive Crom with a provocative gaze. The latter was like a provoked bull, and even his breathing became hurried. As a complete conspiracy theorist, he had always been suspicious, especially when someone mentioned a certain matter to him again and again. The alarm in his heart would instantly go off. Must you get to the bottom of this? Isn't it good to maintain a little mystery? Rowling obviously didn't want to answer this question and began to change the topic in an attempt to divert the attention away from this aspect. However, for someone like Andre who was used to living in mutual deception, this little trick wasn't worth mentioning at all. Not to mention acting dumb. Even if this half-elf woman stripped naked, it wouldn't make him lower his guard at all. Just like this, one wanted to get to the bottom of the matter while the other avoided answering. The conversation immediately fell into a stalemate. Then, they looked at each other in silence. No one was willing to speak first. After a full 10 minutes, Rowling finally lost this psychological battle and complained with a bitter smile. "Oh my, you're not a gentleman at all. You actually used such a method to force a lady. Alright, actually, I've taken a fancy to your talents in shipbuilding and alchemy. I intend to invite you to the Elven Court to discuss the issue of cooperation. What do you think?" Cooperation? Andre didn't expect that after tormenting for so long, she would come up with such a ridiculous reason. However, Rowling didn't think so. She nodded seriously and said solemnly, "That's right. Cooperation. I believe you should be clear that we elves no longer have the ambition to touch the continent. We only want to live peacefully on the islands in the depths of the ocean and maintain good relations with some coastal forces. We also want to strike down the audacious pirates and slave hunters who intend to rob the elven villages. As for the specific conditions, I don't have the authority to discuss with you, so I can only invite you to the Elven Court." "There are still pirates and slave hunters who dare to attack you? Are they tired of living?" Andre frowned and asked. He obviously did not believe the other party's explanation. After all, the elves were not honest human farmers. Every adult had a profession level, especially in the areas of archery, swordsmanship, and magic. They were born with an incomparable racial advantage. If dozens of pirates accidentally barged into the elven village, the unlucky ones would definitely not be the elves, but the pitiful pirates. If they were unlucky, more than half of them would die. Apart from that, ever since the ancient human magic civilization's floating cities and platforms disappeared, the elves' magic battleships had become the fastest and most powerful combat platforms in the world. Even the Arcane eye under their feet would have no chance of surviving once it encountered the elves' magical battleship. How could such a race that was armed to the teeth have a headache over mere pirates and slave catchers? Without any concealment, Rowling immediately saw through Andre's thoughts. She sighed helplessly and explained, "You must think that with the power of the elven court, you can easily crush those annoying flies, right? Isn't that the case?" Andre asked expressionlessly. "All right, it seems like you don't understand our troubles. In fact, the pirates and slave catchers who are harassing us are not ordinary people, but mercenaries who are semi-officially supported by the Kingdom of Deland. They are well equipped and use illusions to disguise themselves as ships, sneaking into the island silently and attacking a certain village. They will retreat immediately regardless of whether they succeed or not. Our flying troops and magic battleships can't do anything about it." Rolling's expression turned ugly at the mention of the elven court's predicament. She clenched her fists in anger, especially at the mention of pirates and slave catchers. "The Kingdom of Deland? I see." Andre nodded in realization. As far as he knew, the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Deland were once enslaved by more than 20 crazy elven mages more than 1,500 years ago. They were forced to offer large amounts of money and scarce resources so that they could conduct all sorts of magic research. Even though they managed to break free from their control and killed all the elven mages who were controlling them, they were very hostile towards the elves from then on. They even captured all the elven tribes living in the forest and reduced them to slaves. The males were sent to the Colosseum, while the females became the playthings of the nobles and rich merchants. Over time, they even formed a unique consumer group. Moreover, after killing the elven mages, the kingdom received a large amount of magic technology from the elves. Therefore, it wasn't strange that they could evade all sorts of magic detection and successfully attack the elven village. However, what Andre didn't understand was why the elves didn't retaliate and allowed the enemy to wreak havoc in their territory. This didn't fit their vengeful nature. After thinking for a few seconds, he tapped the table lightly and said, "I can accept your invitation, but I can't guarantee that I'll be there. After all, I'll be very busy in the next few months, so it'll be difficult for me to spare too much time." "It's all right, as long as you agree. We'll send mages to welcome you when the time comes. We definitely won't waste too much of your time." Seeing that this matter was finally settled, Rolling immediately let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly gave a guarantee. She knew the power of the gunships better than most people. She also knew that if this technology fell into the hands of those who were hostile towards the elves, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, no matter what, she wanted Andre to personally make a trip and try to sign an agreement that satisfied both sides. After all, the elves were able to live alone in the sea because of the protection of the sea and the magic fleet. Once this advantage no longer existed, with their wealth and the greed of the humans, they wouldn't be able to live a single day of peace. Hearing that there would be mages in charge of the teleportation, Andre didn't decline and officially agreed. After asking for the specific date of the ceremony, he sat back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. He silently felt the boiling power in his body. Without a doubt, this power came from the Prince of Fire Elements, Aesop Desir. He was urging him to quickly destroy the city in front of him and use destruction and fear to announce the return of the Flaming Duke to the world. However, Andre didn't want to kill too many innocent people, so he was still waiting. He was waiting for half of the city's wealth and population to be completely wiped out. Only then would he personally send down the scorching flames to let everyone know the consequences of offending him. Chapter 937. Counting the population and wealth was never an easy task, especially when the city was plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. The ruling class led by Commander Neemiadina had resorted to coercive measures, using large numbers of troops and knights to drive the commoners out of their homes and confiscate their belongings. They were then handed over to the pirates on shore and escorted to the docks to be loaded onto the ship. Even so, they still met with considerable resistance, especially the mercenaries and adventurers who were used to freedom. How could they allow themselves to be controlled by others? Without a word, a chaotic battle broke out. In the end, due to the absolute difference in quantity and quality, they were either executed on the spot or shackled to become glorious slaves. In just a few hours, tens of thousands of helpless civilians were violently stuffed into the cabin. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and children. At a glance, it was densely packed. It was completely crowded. It was comparable to the slave ships that transported black people on Earth. But it was no wonder. After all, the number of ships was limited. In order to take so many people away, Seawave Kent even threw away the ballast at the bottom of the ship. Apart from that, plundering wealth was also a time-consuming and laborious task. Tons of gold, silver, and copper coins were mixed together into wooden barrels and carried onto the ship. There were other things of value, such as gold, silver, jewels, utensils, textiles, handicrafts, works of art, wine, armor, weapons, grain, spices, seasonings, leather, grease, and so on. They were all taken aboard as spoils of war. By the time it was all over, the entire fleet, including the ships that had been taken over from the harbor, were all deep in the water. There was no need to ask to know that they were filled with wealth and people. The pockets of the sailors and pirates who participated in the operation were bulging, filled with all sorts of gold, silver, and trinkets that they had stolen along the way. Under normal circumstances, this kind of theft would have been at least a dozen lashes. But now, whether it was Sea Wolf Kent or the captain, first mate, and boatswain who were in charge of restraining the sailors, none of them uttered a word. The reason was simple. The amount of wealth they had plundered this time was simply too much, so much that they had to selectively give up a portion of it. Thus, they turned a blind eye to the actions of their subordinate. The cries of the commoners, the laughter of the pirates, and the groveling of the rulers of Bacaro City. When all of this was mixed together, it formed a black and white picture. It was so full of sarcasm, as if it was mocking the greed and stupidity of mortals. Until dawn, all the noise and chaos returned to peace. Half of the city near the port was completely cleared, leaving only empty streets and uninhabited houses. As the last ship left the dock, the unprecedented looting finally came to an end. Kent the Seawolf boarded the Eye of Arcane in a small boat with a flushed face. He reported in an excited tone, "Master, we are fully loaded and can return at any time." "Very good. Have the fleet raise the anchor and prepare to raise the sails. We will set sail in a quarter of an hour." After saying that, André slowly stood up from the chair, and golden sparks began to flicker around his body. When General Zack saw him like this, he was instantly shocked and hurriedly asked, "You? What are you doing?" The corners of André's mouth curled up slightly as he replied meaningfully, "Of course I'm doing what I should do. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise and only destroy half of Bacaro City." After saying this, he ignored the stunned expression of the other party and activated his flame flight ability. His entire body shot up into the air like a cannonball. In the process of flight, he quickly transformed his body into a fire elemental form. Like a meteor, he used the bright flames to dispel the darkness of dawn, emitting intense light and heat like the sun. The only difference was that this light and heat did not bring life, but destruction and death. The rulers and citizens of Bacaro City, who were destined to have a sleepless night, nervously watched the empty flames in the sky. Even the priests, knights, and paladins of the church walked out of the church, intending to use their eyes to record everything that was about to happen. The Flaming Duke, a name that had once caused the entire southern region to tremble, a name that would bring destruction and slaughter wherever it went. Now that the emissary with this terrifying title had appeared in the sky above the city, everyone was waiting for his judgment to descend. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, André took a deep breath and quickly unleashed the power of the fire elemental within his body. In just a few seconds, a giant fireball more than 100 meters in diameter had gathered around him. The scorching heat of the fireball could be felt even from hundreds of meters away. Seeing this, General Nehemiah gulped and asked the mage beside him, Ivan, tell me, if you use all your strength, can you block this spell? I'm very sorry, General, but I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. The middle-aged mage smiled bitterly and shook his head. He quickly explained, even though this flaming duke is only using the most primitive method of extracting fire elemental energy from the air, the amount is simply too great. Unless we can cover the entire city with fire elemental protection spells, running away would be the wisest choice. Then what about its power? Will it affect us as well? Nehemiah asked anxiously. Based on the amount of energy it has gathered, the most it can do is turn half the city into hell. As for whether it will affect us or not, that depends on where it lands. Before the mage could finish his sentence, Andrei, who was floating in the air, suddenly began to descend. His body crashed into the ground at an incredible speed. In the next second, boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The terrifying fireball burned everything within 2 kilometers of the building to ashes. Even the rocks were turned into lava. The area affected by the explosion was more than a few kilometers wide. It looked like hell itself. The sea and the sky were dyed red by the flames. Under Andrei's careful control, the flames only burned half of the city near the dock. The other half was not affected at all. With his new ability, flame shaping, he could easily control fire elemental energy, which was the most violent and difficult to control. He guided it to spread to the surroundings and incinerated everything that could be burned. Orir had a tradition of worshipping the strong. After the flames engulfed half of the city, not only did the people of Bakaro City not feel resentment, many of them even knelt down and prayed loudly to the Lord of the Raging Flame, hoping that this power would never appear before them again. Chapter 938. According to the definition of physics and chemistry, fire was one of the manifestations of combustion. It was a process where fuel and air were mixed and quickly turned into light and heat. It was both a physical phenomenon and a chemical reaction. Of course, these were the explanations in textbooks back on Earth. However, in this world full of magic, fire was one of the primary forces that supported the universe. Not only could it bring light, warmth, and life, but it could also bring death, fear, and destruction. Andrei was now controlling a sea of fire that stretched as far as the eye could see, completely enveloping half of Bakarov City. The soaring flames could be seen clearly even from tens of kilometers away. Countless buildings and houses were burned down, and large amounts of stones and bricks melted into magma. He could feel the surging power in his body erupting like a tide. The fire elemental prince, Asur Desir, used his actions to express his appreciation and support for his actions today. With half of the city turned into a purgatory, everyone alive felt fear and reverence from the bottom of their hearts. This fear and reverence was the only thing Asur Desir desired in the material world. Bartholomew stood on the deck, dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in the distance. He couldn't believe that it was real. After who knew how long, he finally took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Gods above! This is too terrifying." He actually destroyed half of the city by himself. Is there a second person on this continent who can do this? Because he is the Flaming Duke, the messenger of destruction and destruction. Anyone who angers him will have to pay a heavy price. Everyone should remember this. I don't want these terrible flames to fall on our heads one day, Kent said meaningfully as he glanced at the old captain beside him. Eunice had never had a good impression of pirate. She sneered and mocked, "Humph. Only people with bad intentions like you would fear Master's power. I'm not worried at all." Kent ignored the half-demon's provocation and continued to observe the raging fire around the dock. It had been a full 5 minutes since Andrei had started the fire, but it showed no signs of extinguishing. Instead, it was growing fiercer. Ordinary people would find it hard to believe that such an intense burning was actually locked down by an invisible force, preventing it from spreading to the other half of the city. For those who knew the ropes, this precise control was far more terrifying than the scorching flames. It was even more chilling. Strolling along the streets filled with lava and fire, Andrei soon arrived at the city hall located at the back half of the city. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a whirlpool-like raging flame storm. His entire person was like a demon god, emitting an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura. Just like what was described in the book Gods and Chosen Ones, no matter who became the chosen one of a god or a powerful creature from another world, they would inevitably carry the other party's attributes, the most direct of which was the form of energy. Nehemiah noticed Andrei's arrival. He hurried out of the hall and bowed respectfully. "Welcome, esteemed Flaming Duke. You are an honest and trustworthy person. You have kept your promise and did not completely destroy our city. Please allow me to express our gratitude to you on behalf of all the citizens of Bokaro City." "Representative? I don't think you can represent the citizens of this city. I'm afraid they hate you to the core right now, don't they?" Andrei stood in the flames and teased with a teasing tone. Nehemiah smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, thanks to you, they can't wait to skin me alive, eat my flesh, drink my blood, and crush every bone in my body. But what can they do? They still have to submit to the nobles. Without the nobles, they can't even guarantee their basic livelihood." Andrei smiled noncommittally. "Perhaps, but you'd better not underestimate them. You should know that the power of the people can be very frightening at times, especially when they have nowhere else to go. They can erupt with unimaginable power. But you won't let us go, will you? If I'm not mistaken, you've already killed Francis and become the ruler of the Sardinia Islands. You've also started planning to take over the southern seas. That's why you urgently need some obedient vassals. That's why we're still alive." Nehemiah's political acumen was truly worthy of his reputation as the man who had fought against Lincoln City for decades. He was able to see through Andrei's plans with just a few words. He even wanted to take this opportunity to inject vitality into the city that had just gone through a tribulation and get rid of the current crisis as soon as possible. "That's right. I need some vassals to expand my influence, but whether or not Bokaro City will have the opportunity to do so will depend on your performance. I'm sure you know what I mean." Andrei's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he silently waited for Nehemiah's reply. Nehemiah hesitated for a long while before sighing helplessly. "Fine. You win. I swear on my family's name that I will never work with Loretta Botons, nor will I exchange any information with him. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied? No. That's not enough." Andrei wagged a finger in front of Nehemiah's eyes. "You still have to tell me what kind of men he has and what kind of secret plans he has." "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. First of all, my cooperation with him is limited to the destruction of Lincoln City's navy. I don't know anything about his secret plans. Secondly, I'm a man of principle. I won't betray my former allies. If I betray Loretta Botons today, will you still trust me in the future? Finally, and most importantly, I don't dare to offend Loretta Botons. Sometimes, he's a madman who doesn't care about anything. Once he's angered, he's simply more terrible than any kind of natural disaster. When I stand in front of him, I even find it difficult to breathe." Nehemiah shuddered involuntarily as he uttered those words. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. As someone who had been in contact with Loretta Botons for a long time, Nehemiah knew all too well what kind of person he was. For the sake of his family and his own life, it was wiser to remain silent. Chapter 939. Andrei did not expect Nehemiah to be so fearful of Loretta Botons. Even now, Nehemiah did not dare to betray him. What puzzled him even more was that Nehemiah had no intention of relenting even after he had revealed his identity as the Flaming Duke. Of course, from a certain point of view, the Duke hidden in the noble system of Lincoln City was indeed not an easy character to deal with, especially his sometimes crazy and sometimes rational way of doing things. It was completely confusing because one would never know what his next move would be. Nehemiah noticed Andre's confusion and sighed. You must be wondering why I didn't go all out when I had already chosen to betray the Empire. Am I right? He explained. You must be wondering why I didn't go all out when I had already chosen to betray the Empire. Andre nodded. Yes. Normally, when a person chooses to betray someone, they want to see their predecessor die a horrible death. That's the only way they can enjoy the benefits of betrayal and prove that they are right. It may sound harsh, but I think that's how a normal person would react. You're right. A complete betrayal can bring a lot of benefits, but the problem is that I can't and I don't dare to. Perhaps you still don't know, but Loretta Bowtones is actually a two-faced person. The two-faced here doesn't mean that she has two completely different identities, but her personality. I'm sorry, but I can't provide you with too much information in this regard, because if I say too much, it's hard to guarantee that he won't fly into a rage out of humiliation and personally uproot me and my family. Don't doubt that he's as powerful as you. In fact, he's even more powerful than you. So, I can only promise you that I'll do my best as a vassal until the battle between you and him is over. But if you lose, then I'll have to choose a new side for the sake of survival. As expected of a mature politician, Nehemiah was able to openly express his position and that of the ruling class behind him. He knew that after this calamity, Bakarov would be at the mercy of others for a long time. The only thing they could do was to submit to the strong. Anyone who could threaten their safety would gain their loyalty. That was all. Even though this result was slightly different from Andre's expectations, it was still within the acceptable range. Hence, he replied, Sure, I'm not a heartless person, and I can understand your difficulties. As long as you do your part well, I guarantee that anyone who intends to attack this city in the future will be my enemy. Politics was about uniting all the forces that could be united. It was different from war, where there was a clear distinction between friend and foe. It was not a world of black and white, but a world of gray, where it was impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. In this world, today's enemies could become allies tomorrow, and today's allies could become enemies tomorrow. As a cool-headed leader, Andre knew very well that most people were selfish and would only consider things from their own perspective. If he wanted to expand his influence to the whole South, he had to learn to tolerate the wavering and betrayal of his allies. This was the magnanimity and tolerance that a qualified politician should have. Thank you very much. I'm relieved to see that you're such a reasonable person. Nehemiah bowed again. His heart that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed, and the frown on his face relaxed a little. Haha, don't be too nervous. You'll find that I'm actually a very generous person after working with me for a long time. I'm sure we'll have a pleasant cooperation in the future, but you have to prove your worth first. Well, that's all for today. I'll send someone to negotiate the specific terms with you in a few days. See you later. With that, Andre's body suddenly emitted a gust of air, and he shot up into the air like a cannonball. Under the illumination of the rising sun, he quickly flew towards the Arcane eye. Nehemiah rubbed his swollen forehead and whispered to his trembling attendant, Tell me, what's the situation in the city right now? Are the citizens rebelling? Is there any sign of instability in our army? Sir, the unrest in the city has mostly subsided. After witnessing the power of the Flaming Duke, the citizens are in a state of deep fear. They're no longer in the mood to organize a rebellion. As for the army, apart from the Griffin Knights, the rest have already accepted the fact that we've become their vassals, the young attendant replied cautiously. Very good. It seems the situation is in our favor. Summon everyone to a meeting and disband the Griffin Knights. Collect all the hatching griffin eggs and give them to the Flaming Duke as a gift when he arrives. We no longer need the Griffin Knights, nor do we need their arrogance and stubbornness. Nehemiah's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and he directly sentenced the Griffin Knights to death. In his eyes, both the Griffin Knights and the army were tools to consolidate his rule. Since these tools had lost their value, there was naturally no need for them to exist. No matter how valuable or precious these tools were, he would not allow them to rebel against him. There was no exception. The young attendant was so scared that he shivered. He hurriedly lowered his head and replied, "Understood. I'll convey your will." After André landed safely on the deck of the Arcane, the huge fleet slowly set sail towards the Sardinia Islands. Rolling, who was sitting on a small boat, looked at the cheering pirates and sighed softly. She muttered to herself, "We are witnessing the birth of a legend. I really hope he won't be our enemy in the future." Enemy? I swear that I will never make an enemy out of him again. I'm sure all the nobles in Bakarov City feel the same way. General Zack shook his head bitterly. Perhaps. Who knows what will happen in the future? Sir General, I think I must return to the court immediately to report what happened today. Please convey my apologies to Commander Nehemiah. After saying that, Rolling waved at Clive Crumb and activated a magic item. The two of them were quickly wrapped in a strong white light and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 940. The fleet full of treasures, resources, and people traveled slowly on the sea for 8 full days, taking twice as long as when they were empty, before finally arriving at the Sardinia Islands. Some large ships with especially deep drafts, such as the Eye of Arcane, couldn't even enter the reef-filled waterway between the islands. They could only stop at the outskirts and rely on small boats to transport the goods away. Such enormous wealth and population, numbering in the tens of thousands, instantly ignited all of the nobles and smugglers in Valen City. They stared with bloodshot eyes as the stevedores worked from morning to night, and then again from night to morning. After 48 hours, the exhausted stevedores finally delivered the last batch of goods to the warehouse and went home to rest with their generous salaries in hand. As for the people plundered from Bakarov City, they were sent to the other islands in batches. Only those with knowledge and skills were left in the city. Of course, such a large number of refugees wasn't something that could be done with just a few words. Fortunately, André didn't lack money or food, so he left it all to Mayor Maris and didn't ask about it himself. Mountains of gold and silver coins that needed to be shoveled away. Chests of all kinds of gems and accessories. Priceless works of art, paintings, and sculptures. Exquisite handmade carpets, bundles of wool, cloth, and leather. Thousands of tons of flour, bacon, oats, cheese, butter, smoked fish, ham, and even expensive condiments like spices and caviar. The large influx of people had led to an increase in consumption and taxes. From this moment onwards, the Sardinia Islands had truly broken away from their awkward situation of being neither up nor down, and were truly charging towards the most powerful city in the south. André used his actions to show everyone what the art of robbery was. Thus, the moment he came ashore, he immediately attracted deafening cheers. The pirates in particular worshipped him like a god. After a short but enthusiastic welcoming ceremony, the new rulers of the islands entered the castle one after another and began to secretly discuss the direction of the alliance's future development. Everyone, I don't want to waste any more words. I only want to tell you that Bakarov City has now lost all of their ships, shipyards, and shipbuilders. They will lose the sea from now on and become our vassals. This also means that there is no city in the entire southern sea that is stronger than us at sea, and no one can threaten the safety of the Sardinia Islands. From today onwards, we will fully activate the Thousand Sails project. In 10 years, we will build a truly invincible fleet and completely monopolize more than 80% of the maritime trade. Please tell me, are you willing to support me? Riding on the momentum of his triumphant return, André went straight to the point and proposed the direction of development for the next 10 years. As a transmigrator who had a deep understanding of the rise and fall of the European countries during the Age of Discovery, he knew better than anyone else what was needed to obtain hegemony at sea, and that was more, bigger, and faster sailing ships. In the 17th century, both England and France had thousands of ships, and the powerful Netherlands had more than 10,000 sailing ships. Even Portugal, at its peak, had more than 2,000 sailing ships. Compared to them, the city-states of the Southern Sea region could only be considered as babies that were staggering forward. Regardless of quantity or quality, they were still far inferior. Therefore, whoever could first realize the importance of expanding the scale of the shipbuilding industry would be able to seize the initiative in this fierce competition that had yet to begin and leave the other opponents far behind. It was obvious that André was cheating, using his knowledge and experience that far exceeded this world to guide his allies on the right path. Old George, who had always been known for his conservatism, frowned and asked, "The 1,000 sails project requires too much investment. Are you sure we can afford it now?" "That's right. We've already invested a lot of money in the city's infrastructure. I'm afraid we don't have the energy to support the shipbuilding industry now. Why don't we wait 2 years?" Another noble quickly stood up and echoed. In order to obtain more shares, many members had invested almost half of their cash, so it was impossible to raise more funds in a short period of time. In addition, they did not want to take the risk of borrowing, so they did not seem to support this radical development model. André glanced at the expressions on everyone's faces and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned around and asked Countess Anasta, who was sitting on his right, "Madam, can you tell me if the salt production on your side can still be increased?" "Of course. As long as there are enough people, I can increase the production of coarse salt by more than 5 times. The process of refining salt is a bit more complicated, but it can still be increased by 3 times. Why did you suddenly ask this?" Countess Anasta answered without thinking. Ever since she took over the process of drying salt, she treated it as a core secret of the family. Other than the few people she trusted the most, she did not even tell Chloe. She was afraid that if outsiders found out, they would not be able to earn as much profit as they did now. "It's nothing. Since everyone here lacks funds, why don't we let them join the salt business? Since all the city-states in the Southern Sea region are our market, why not make full use of it? After all, salt is a necessity that everyone needs. You can transport it to any place and exchange it for local specialties. I can give you a very low price. As the saying goes, it's better to drive people with benefits than with righteousness." André never liked to use forceful means to promote his ideas. He felt that doing so was like robbery. There was no technical content and it was easy to cause a backlash. But using benefits to guide people was different. As long as there was profit to be made, there would naturally be countless people flocking to it. "Really? You plan to increase the production of salt?" Old George asked with his eyes shining. It was obvious that he was moved. Not only him, but even the eyes of the smugglers who rarely spoke began to emit green light. Looking at the pairs of wolf-like allies around him, André laughed and replied, Of course, my dear friends. In the next 6 months, I will provide you with an unlimited amount of salt. I can even let you pick up the goods first and pay later. The profits from the sales will be split in half. I don't know if you are satisfied with that? Now, who is against the 1,000 sales plan? No one. I swear to support your decision 100%. That's right. Start the 1,000 sales plan. Let everyone tremble in front of our huge fleet. As the saying goes, huge benefits can make people crazy and make people lose their rationality and ability to think. Chapter 941. Project 1,000 Sails, as the name suggested, was a plan to build 1,000 new Galen sailboats. The smallest of them would be 350 tons, while the largest would be 1,200 tons. For the Orier, which was extremely backward in terms of production, this was simply an impossible task. One had to know that the shipbuilding industry wasn't just about putting together random pieces of wood. Just the selection of wood was very strict. The best wood was undoubtedly ironwood. Other woods like oak, fir, teak, and phoebe were also barely passable. After the wood was cut down, it first had to be precisely cut. If there were no problems with the cutting, then the entire wood would be considered scrap. In addition, all the wood had to be dried. Not only did the water in the wood have to be removed, but more importantly, the plant cells had to be completely dead. This was because it was very difficult for water to seep into dead cells, and they would not deform again. Finally, a layer of paint had to be brushed on, waterproof and anti-corrosion. Only then would it be qualified as a ship material. Generally speaking, it would take at least half a year or even 2 to 3 years to obtain a ship material like this. Even if André took out his killer charcoal to dry it, it would still take a week to half a month. Just the materials alone were so difficult to obtain, not to mention the shipbuilding itself. At the very least, with the current ability of the Sardinia Islands, they could at most build 4 ships at the same time. Without the help of magic, they could probably build a 400 to 500-ton merchant ship in 3 months. As for the sail gunships, it would take 1 to 2 years. This was also why pirate King Francis dared to boast about dominating the seas after the destruction of Lincoln City's navy. No city in the southern seas could rebuild a large navy in a short period of time. Of course, the training of captains and sailors was also very important. Otherwise, it would be useless to have empty ships without enough manpower to operate them. In short, this project, 1,000 sails, had only taken the first difficult step. As for how far it could develop in the future, that would have to wait for the test of time. In order to better manage, Old George proposed that more than 90% of the members of the alliance vote to form a 6-man council responsible for handling daily affairs. The 6 of them were Kate the Lustful Demon, who represented André, Baron Melson, who represented the conservative nobles, Willie Galt, who represented the smugglers, Kent, who represented the pirates, Nick, who represented the commoners and peddlers, and Maris, the mayor of Wayland City. Each of them had an interest group behind them, taking care of almost all aspects. It was enough to make the Sardinia develop in a healthy direction. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be the nominal supreme rulers of this land in the future, and the alliance would become the dark hand behind the scenes controlling everything. As the last day of August passed, September finally arrived. Although the temperature did not change much, André knew that autumn had arrived. It was time to return to Lincoln City to settle his personal grudges and establish his position. After months of planning, it was finally time to reel in the net. He couldn't wait to stand in front of Loretta Botons and loudly announce the official start of the game. In fact, André should have left a few days ago, but he had been waiting for Orlando to appear. But that half-elf great mage seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. No matter how many methods he tried, he couldn't contact him. Thus, he could only choose to focus on proper business. On the morning of the 5th of September, it was a sunny day. Most of the nobles, including Old George and Countess Anastasia, boarded the Eye of Arcane and embarked on the journey back to Lincoln City. Accompanying them was General Zack from Bacaro City. His mission was to submit a letter of surrender to the Lincoln City Council in front of everyone, officially announcing the end of the trade war due to the intervention of the Flaming Duke. As the defeated party, Bacaro City would completely abandon the sea and become a vassal of the Flaming Duke. With this trump card, André could rely on his indisputable achievements to become a powerful force on par with the Four Duke. He might even be able to use this opportunity to push Countess Anastasia to the front and make her the spokesperson of his interests. But before that, he still had a big show to put on. "Grace, are you ready?" Through the power of the magic coin, André looked at the pirate queen kneeling on one knee and asked, "Yes, master. I've already secretly informed all the captains who have pledged their allegiance to us to fly the white flag tomorrow. Those who are stubborn will still fly the black flag." Grace lowered her head and replied respectfully. André nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, you've completed your mission with flying colors. As a reward, I'll now officially appoint you as the commander of the Second Fleet of the Sardinia Islands. You'll be reorganized and transformed immediately after returning to Valen City. Remember, I want a disciplined navy, not a group of free and undisciplined people. Do you understand? Understood. Please rest assured, I won't let you down. Grace clenched her fists and replied in a very calm tone. Even though she looked no different than usual, one could still see the excitement and ecstasy in her eyes. Because of this title, she had the capital to continue competing with Kent. As long as she didn't make any big mistakes in the future, she was bound to become an important person. All right, let's end our conversation here. You must cooperate with me tomorrow and put on a good show. You must let everyone in Lincoln City know who saved them. After saying that, a sinister smile appeared on Andre's face. Grace licked his thick lips and replied in the same sinister tone, "My dear master, I promise that there will be a wonderful naval battle tomorrow. The whole city will witness it with their own eyes. You rushed into the middle of the pirates' fleet with a single ship and killed them until they couldn't fight back at all. It was exactly as described in the bard stories. Countless civilians will cheer for you. Young girls and noblewomen will scream for you. The nobles led by the 4 dukes will personally come to the docks to express their gratitude to you. Tomorrow's naval battle is destined to become a legend in this city, and no one will ever surpass it. You will become a true hero." As the last word left her mouth, the magic coin that maintained the communication between the two suddenly shrunk and was quickly cut off. Looking at the spider coin that automatically flew back into his palm, Andre sneered and muttered to himself, "How ironic. I didn't think that someone as unscrupulous as me would become a hero one day. It looks like many of those heroes in history were similar to me, relying on disguises and deceiving ignorant people to get to their positions." Chapter 942. As a typical conspiracy theorist, Andre had never been stingy in considering problems from the darkest point of view of human nature. In his opinion, those famous heroes on Oriar might really be good people who stepped forward in times of danger, but most of them should be the result of deliberate propaganda. After all, this was a world where communication was extremely underdeveloped. Information was basically transmitted by wandering bards, merchants, and adventurers. The former, in particular, controlled almost 70% of the public opinion of the entire continent. This also meant that once they began to flatter someone, even if that person was an evil bastard, he or she would be forcefully promoted as a hero. The most obvious example was the famous Munster family from 700 years ago. It was said that this family, born of slaves, quickly rose to power by selling their children, stealing, raping, accepting bribes, incest, assassination, poisoning, and other despicable means. In just 150 years, they successfully mixed into the upper class. In order to erase their dark past, they hired bards on a large scale to whitewash their unscrupulous past and disguise themselves as messengers of justice who fought against decadent rule and evil forces. After a full 60 years, that was 3 generations of continuous propaganda, they had now become a prominent upper-class noble in the southern region. Apart from a few preserved ancient books, almost no one remembered the history of the Munster family's rise to power. One must know that bards were not sacred warriors who adhered to their principles. These guys' moral integrity was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Most of the time, a charming lady only needed to hook her finger, and they would climb into her bed like dogs who had smelled feces. After a round of passion, they would secretly give a promise that no one knew. The night passed quickly. As soon as the sun rose the next day, the Eye of Arcane lifted its anchor and sailed straight towards Lincoln City. As early as last night, Andre had already informed Bartholomew to prepare for battle. So all the sailors on the ship were on standby, ready to deal with any unexpected situation that might arise at any time. After all, in order for the show to be realistic, one must first not let the people below know too much. Therefore, most of the crew only knew that they were about to face the remnants of a group of pirates. They did not know that these pirates were actually deliberately thrown out as sacrificial lambs for them to make a name for themselves. Similarly, Grace did not tell the captains who refused to join her about the show. She even deliberately sent them to the harbor of Lincoln City to wait for an opportunity to attack the small fishing boats, so that the residents of the city could clearly see the upcoming naval battle. Under the control of the mastermind behind the scenes, the ignorant two sides met at noon, less than 5 nautical miles away from Lincoln City's harbor. Warning! Warning! 10 pirate ships ahead. Eye's lookout was the first to discover the other party, perhaps because the mast was higher than the others, and began to ring the alarm while desperately shouting, "Of the ship's ship, of the ships of the sail. Everyone, prepare for battle. Gunners in place. Start reloading. Today, let's teach these reckless bastards a lesson. Gunners in place. Start reloading. Of the ship's ship. Everyone began to get busy. The crew carried out their duties, lowering the sails and reloading ammunition. In just a few minutes, the cannons on both sides of the ship were all opened. Hundreds of musketeers gathered on the deck, waiting for the enemy ship to enter their range. Such a big movement naturally could not be hidden from the other passengers on the ship. When old George noticed that something was wrong, he rushed into the captain's cabin immediately and asked nervously, "What's going on? Why are the crew preparing for battle? Who are the enemies?" Lady Anasta of West Sia followed closely behind, and hurriedly came over to echo, "Andre, I think you'd better explain. Many nobles are nervous now." "Don't worry, you two. Just treat what's happening as a stage play. I'm the main character, and those enemies are the villains. According to the script, the main character will eventually defeat the villains and become a hero revered by tens of thousands of people, just like how the bards described it. I wonder if you're satisfied with this explanation?" After saying that, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, and an unfathomable smile appeared on his face. "You mean, those pirates are your men?" Old George was not a fool. He immediately understood the subtext in his word. I didn't say that they are my men. I only said that everything is going according to the script," Andre said with a faint smile. He neither admitted nor denied it, and gave an ambiguous answer. Lady Anasta of West Sia was not an idiot. She immediately realized that this was equivalent to admitting it in a disguised way. But she was a smart woman. She did not directly point it out. Instead, she smiled and asked, "In your script, there shouldn't be any danger, right?" "Of course not. Please rest assured that this ship is very safe. No matter how powerful or evil the pirates are, they will not be able to pose any threat to it." Andre was well aware of what the other party was worried about. He gave a straightforward guarantee. He did not think that the pirates' small ship, which was about 250 to 400 tons, could cause any trouble to him. At the same time, the pirates in the bay also discovered the huge Eye of Arcane. They hurriedly turned their ship around and prepared to attack. As the commander, Grace did not even think about it. She immediately raised the battle flag and signaled all the ships to launch a siege. Under her deliberate guidance, the captains who were still loyal to the pirate King Francis raised their black flags and bravely rushed to the front. They did not notice that the other ships behind them had already raised their white flags. They circled around the ship, showing no intention of launching an attack. Just like that, a naval battle that was destined to end from the beginning began. Accompanied by the deafening roar of the Eye of Arcane's cannons, the ship that rushed to the front was instantly shot into a sieve and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. In the face of absolute firepower, the traditional boarding battle was like a woman's heart. It was as fragile as glass and would shatter at the slightest touch. In just 2 rounds of salvo, at least 3 ships were severely damaged one after another. Either the masts were broken by chain bullets, or there was a huge hole under the hull. They had completely lost their combat ability. After all, the crew of the Eye of Arcane were no longer rookies who had just debuted a few months ago. They were elites who had experienced countless naval battles. In particular, they had just defeated the insufferably arrogant Griffin Knights not long ago. Every one of them was full of confidence. They skillfully operated the cannons, muskets, and sails, moving between the enemy ships with ease. They either knocked them over, sank them, or fired their muskets from above. They fully demonstrated the art of naval warfare. In just half an hour or so, the show came to an end.